आता ते जातात मी अँड्रॉइड झाला
असा आहे मला वाटत
काय
असा
हां तो असं
हां तसंच आहे.
तसंच पाहिजे तुम्हाला
हां
हां ते
थोडा तिरपा
हे बघितलं लाईव्ह आलो का
आलोय
आलोय
इव्हेंटवर
अरे रिलोड मार हे आपण आपल्या मोबाईलवर बघू
हां झालं
दिसतंय ना
सर
चांगला मोबाईल आणि माईक पाहिजे माईकचा
माईक वायरलेस पाहिजे आपल्याला ना तर वायर चांगला पाहिजे.
हां
हां सर बॅक कॅमेरा
सर 2-3 फोन असतील तर बरं.
2-3 अरे एका वेळी तू 2-3 ना एका वेळेला
आता मीटिंगमध्ये जॉईन करून ठेवून द्यायचा
आणि
आणि
त्याला
त्याचा
replace
बघ
करायचा.
गरम झाला ना कॅमेरानी मग त्याचा कॅमेरा चालू करायचा त्याचा कॅमेरा बंद करायचा.
हां
बघ ओमकार आडवा लाव
इश्यू नाही ना
आडवा लाव आडवा
गुगल मीटचा इश्यू नाही ना.
ते बनव ना
गरम होणार.
फुटकाट 5 तास लागणार आणि तेवढी चार्जिंग पाहिजे तिथे दुसऱ्या स्टँडला तिकडे हे बॅटरी लावा तिकडे यायची.
ओमकार
USB
गुगल
केबल आहे.
गुगल मीटला आताच करून ठेवायचं ना
हां ते कर.
तोच मोबाईल लावायचा.
गुगल मीट जॉईन कर.
सरांकडून लिंक मग
अरे इथेच क्रिएट कर.
अरे आपल्याकडे
हां इथेच क्रिएट कर.
क्रिएट कर ना
काय
ऑलरेडी
झाली आहे ना. अरे हां
तीच लिंक पाठवायची त्याला पण तो फोन कोणाचा आहे
अरे ओंकार सरांना विचार.
त्याच्यावरून हाय पाठव ना लिंक पाठवतो.
अरे व्यवस्थित
9155.
अरे सरांकडे आधी विचार कुणाचा नंबर कुणाचा आहे सरांकडे असेल तिने
तेच ते.
तू नंबर नको ॲड करत बसूस
ए ओंकार कर कर.
तू इथे मीट ऑन कर. ॲडमिट तरी करायला पाहिजे.
अबे तू इथून कुठून जॉईन कर
अबे
त्या लिंक
हेच डिस्प्ले करायचं आहे ना
अबे पण लिंकवर ओपन 9152
चल जाऊ.
58
काय झालं
कोणाचा
आहे
नंबर
त्याचाच आहे.
तुझा नंबर तुझं हे कर
कर ना तुझं माझं ते नेट नाही
त्याला पाठव मग त्याच्याकडे ऑलरेडी असेल ना
मी तुझं
Thanks, sir.
फक्त हाय पाठवले मी तुला फॉरवर्ड कर.
मी
हाय पाठव ओंकार हाय पाठव.
आपल्या
याला वायफायचा पासवर्ड सांग.
वायफायचा पासवर्ड.
ह्याचा मायक्रोफोन ऑन ठेवायचा आहे
नाही याचा नाही.
हा, ते करतो मी हे कोणतरी आधीच जॉईन झालेलं
मयूर
यूट्यूबला वगैरे जरा
हे वाले ना अच्छा ते कुठे
हो
खाली देवाच्या खाली येतो ना कोड
काय
क्यू आर कोड
Password.
स्कॅन करायचा.
पासवर्ड सांगा त्याच्या कोडच्या खाली पासवर्ड पण येतो.
काय
हा वाला 043
तर मग त्याचा ॲक्सेस पण आहे माझ्याकडे.
आता परत सगळं सेटअप करा. लिंक हीच आहे.
ओंकार
हा एक मिनिट दाखवतो.
अकाउंट
हां थांब ना पिन कर
ओंकार पाठवले.
अख्खी
काय काय
अबे हां
काय
व्हॉट्सअप उघडच कशाला कशाला
अकाउंट
अबे लॉग आउटचा प्रश्न होता तिला डिस्काउंट दाखवायची नव्हती इथे सगळ्यांना दिसत
हां कोण नाही आलं म्हणजे पण आतापर्यंत त्या बघायला कोणतरी
नारकेळी
हा ओंकार.
ओमकार
ओंकार एक तर आधी ऑटो रोटेट चालू कर त्याचा.
माईक बंद कर.
ओंकार ऑटो रोटेट. हां
4 जण आहेत कोणतरी.
एक नारखेडे एक गणेश आहे एक मयूर आहे
गणेश
गणेश.
हां
आता
तेच
तो
तर.
आपलावालाच आहे.
आपलावालाच
हां.
गणेश आहे. देता का 400 त्याला?
नारखेडेला बाहेर काढा म्हणते.
अरे नारखेडे तर हाय.
अरे हां उघड चल उघड हॅलो बे वरती आहे ना माईक
तू बोल तर जातो तिथे आवाज.
हां इथे बोल.
हॅलो
ए गणेश
Voice is not clear.
इथे पण मस्करी करतात.
आवाज कमी करण्याचा हां बस
हे तुझं काय भाई लाईव्ह चालू
अरे लाईव्ह आहे.
ते पण
ते
लाईव्ह.
पण लाईव्ह आहे. अरे हाय आहे बघ कोण मयूर आहे.
बंद कर
नाही गणेश आहे.
आणि F11
हां याला हाईड करतात कसं केलं तरी आपण.
हां मी कट करते
हे हां ते झालं.
आता F11
आता ह्याच्यावरती बघा.
आणि त्या OBS मध्ये एवढा डिस्प्ले कट कर.
हां OBSला तेवढा डिस्प्ले कट करू शकतो आपण.
कर ना.
मग जा ना तिथे ऑल्टात दाब
एकदा आधी एक काम कर याच्यात.
हां आता बघ, हे आहे ना हे एवढं कर
आणि तुम्ही डिस्प्ले कॅप्चर केला का विंडो कॅप्चर केला? तसं नाही होणार. तसं नाही होणार.
टॅब
तिथे
कॅप्चर
जा.
कर
हां प्लसमध्ये
इथे जा.
जाऊन
अबे
विंडो
कॅप्चर
आता ओके कर आणि तिकडे क्रोम सिलेक्ट कर.
हां इथे बघ आलं व्यवस्थित
हां
हां आता
मग डिस्प्ले कॅप्चर काढून टाकतो.
डिस्प्ले कॅप्चर
ते तर नंतरला काढायला
काय
येतं
केलं
थांब ना.
ना देवासाठी
हां सर
असं
हो सर हां
येस सर. ते कॅप्चर मोड ऑटोमॅटिक आहे ना?
डिफॉल्ट
ना ना ऑटोमॅटिकमध्ये बघ काय
तिकडे काय ऑप्शन आहे?
नाही, ते
आहे ते असू दे डिफॉल्ट
इथे
नाही का?
सर इथून सिलेक्ट करता येते.
ओके कर
ओके कर.
आता
आता बघ.
हां खाली कर त्याला. खाली कर.
हां
बस चुना लावतो
कर ना.
काम आपण बरोबर करतो. अजून कर.
काय सर
बस
नाही सर
कंट्रोल चेंज
इथे कंट्रोल चेंज नाही
चालतं.
काय करायचं?
हे काय हे आधीची फ्रेम आहे ना
हां
डिस्प्ले कॅप्चर.
हे जरा बाहेर गेलं
ओमकारला कॅमेरा नीट लावायला सांग.
इथून झालं खालून पण नीट होतं ना ते
हां
वरून पण नीट आहे बरोबर.
हां
ते असं बाहेर जातं रे.
अरे ते हे बघ ना एवढाच त्याचा डिस्प्ले. तुला माणसं काढायला तुला हे कट नाही करता येतं. कट करण्याचा दुसरी पद्धत असते.
मला एक सांगा हे का लपवायचं
हां मला चालेल.
मला पण चालेल.
मग कशाला लपवायचं
दिसते का नाही?
यूट्यूबला बघ जरा काय होतं.
बघ यूट्यूबला काय दिसते ना.
मला 5 खुर्च्या दिसतात नाही 6
अच्छा हां मग आता तुला ते बाकीचे टॅब्स ओपन केले नाही दिसले पाहिजे.
हां नाही दिसत आहे.
हां
हां तुला हेच दिसतंय.
हो
हो
चेंज कर
काय हे केलं ना थांब जरा.
ना दिसतं ते गुगल मीट लावायला दाखवायचे ते
कोण पण?
प्रेझेंटेशनचे ते कुठे दाखवणार होते.
आपल्याला काय नाही ते त्यांचं ते सगळं गुगल मीट
स्वतः
ते
बघून
ते
करतात.
करतात. आपल्याला फक्त काम आहे गुगल मीटला याचं स्ट्रीम करणं.
ओके सर स्ट्रीम तर झाले.
हो
ओमकार
आता मला याच्यात ऑडिओ इनपुटचं सांग.
प्लस
प्लस
अबे माईक तरी कनेक्ट पाहिजे.
तेच करायचं.
माईक
ओमकार इथे
माईक
माईक आहे.
आणि मी
थांब जरा.
बरं रोहित रोहित
check. Hello. Check. Check. Hello. Check.
जेव्हा एअरफोन कनेक्ट होतो ना
रेकॉर्डिंग 2 मिनिटं
बाजूलाच आपल्या त्याचा स्पीकर कुठे त्याचा वाढ हे आवाज येतो हाय
तिथून तो फोन तिथे ठेव माईक दे आवाज त्याचा नाही होता कसतो त्याच्या माईक
ऑन करून बोलतो मला हो येतो हां स्लीपर टाकतो ना.
स्लीप त्याला उचलणार
अबे,
स्लीपर टाकला ना मी.
तो वाला स्लीप होता वाटतं. एक क्लोज नको करूस.
हां
मिनिमाइज कर आणि स्लीपला टाक.
स्लीप व्हायला पाहिजे.
अरे
हळवायचा.
फंक्शन स्लीप. स्क्रीन प्रेझेंट कर.
मला काहीच नाही दिसत.
तुला काय दिसतं चेक कर YouTube.
दिसते.
जॉईन झालं. हां हे तुझं गुगल मी जॉईन केलं त्या फोनला.
त्या फोन जॉईन कर आणि
जॉईन लवकर.
ते कर पकड.
झालं रेकॉर्डिंग आपलं काम.
आता हां थांब ते चेक करून दे. थांब ना.
तर तुमची शूटिंग केलं ते.
हां हॅलो हॅलो हॅलो
डिलेमध्ये
हॅलो हॅलो
5 मिनिटं लेट होते.
हॅलो
आता हे हां ते येतं.
येतोय. हॅलो
डिले 10 सेकंड.
10 सेकंडचा डिले.
हो सर.
हां
हो
सर
सर.
चालेल.
माईक्स कनेक्टेड आहे.
कुठे आला ना माईक कनेक्टेड झाला ना.
हो
म्हणजे कुठलाही माईक.
हे तर त्याच्यातून आवाज नव्हता येत ना. त्याचा माईक बंद आहे ना.
त्याचा माईक बंद
अबे तू
अरे, हे काय
तू हेला का पिक
तिकडे
करतो?
तिकडे स्क्रीनशॉट चालू आहे.
चालू आहे.
हां हां इथे झालं टीम ह्याच्यात.
आणि त्याही माईकचा आवाज आला ना. हे
हां
त्या
बाबा
माईकचं पण इनपुट येणार ना सगळं. इथे आमची बॅटरीच आहे ना सगळं ते.
हां सर तरी पण एकदा ट्राय करा.
हे करतो.
बरोबर.
ह्याला हे कर
करतो मी.
भाई त्यांचा तिकडे जाऊन त्यांचा त्या माईकचा आवाज येतो का
हां.
बघ जरा.
तिथे जाऊन
युट्यूबवर चेक कर तुला काय दिसतं.
ऐक ना त्या पी सी थ्रू जे प्रोजेक्टर आम्ही ऑन केलं आहे तिथे फक्त यूट्यूब आम्हाला ऑन करायचं आहे ना.
हां
यूट्यूब ऑन करायचं आहे ना.
हां
मला फक्त वायफायचं पासवर्ड
यूट्यूब तुम्ही तिथे काय चालू
तुम्ही का
सर बोलली होती की तिकडनं प्रोजेक्ट करायला.
प्रोजेक्ट काय करता.
प्रोजेक्टर ऑन केलं
ते
ना.
स्ट्रीम तिकडे परत
स्ट्रीमिंग
टाकायला.
दाखव ना.
काय
ते कसं वाटतं.
कसं वाटतं ते बाजूला चाललं परत बाजूला चाललं.
जे सर
इथे सर याच्या साईडला आहे.
ते इव्हेंट चालू असताना तिथे सगळी दाखव.
तेच नाही ते बघ ना तिथे दिसतात.
तेव्हा सांग मला.
इथे बघ इथेच आहेत.
परत तुला ते स्ट्रीमिंग का करायची गरज आहे? सांग ना.
त्यांना विचारते काय होतं.
ओमकार त्याला विजे नाही.
नाही
नाही HDMIच पाहिजे.
तो प्रोजेक्टर बंद केला ना तर तो HDMI बंद केला का
HDMI प्रोजेक्टर.
जाऊन त्या माईकवरती बोल त्या माईकचं इकडे
ओमकार तो माईक बंदच आहे ना.
कुठले ते वाले चार माईक. दहा सेकंडचा डिले था. हा मग अशी आपल्यावर पण आता ऐकले 10 सेकंडचा डिले.
यूट्यूबवर ना. नाही मग हे पण डिले होतं. असं नाही की ते दोन्ही एकसाथ आलं.
बघ ना तो कुठे काय आणि हा कुठे आहे.
यूट्यूबवर 10 सेकंडचा डिले असू दे ना. आवाजात डिले नको. आवाज
हां
अरे आपल्या इथे माईक हा आहे म्हणून जास्त आवाज येतोय आपल्याला. त्या माईक
हे माईक बंद करा फक्त त्या माईक चालू ठेवायला सांगताना.
स्विच असतं ना.
तर ते विजे आहेत ना. ओमकार आहेत ना.
ओमकार प्रथम प्रथम
HDMI
याचा माईक चालू आहे?
हा तुला म्हणून बोलतो काय.
हां याचं सगळं बंद करून
बंद आहे. टेन्शन नाही याचाच तर पाहिजे.
ओमकार ही HDMI आहे ना.
मायक्रोफोन चालू आहे?
नाही ती
पण
मी
आपण हे बंद केलं ना.
हे बंद केलं.
ही डिस्प्ले पोर्ट आहे.
हां सोड काहीतरी आहे.
याला HDMI पण नाही.
काहीतरी खायला.
अबे काय मंद बोलतो याला HDMI पण नाही.
ते सोड ना.
ते सोड, आमचा आवाज जास्त येतो
जास्त
का?
येत होता.
इथे कुठे माईक चालू आहे?
आता बंद
आहे.
केला. आता बंद केला तू.
नाही, आधीपासूनच बंद होता.
नाही
मी
आपण
ते
याच्यावर
बटन दाबलं,
ऐक
ते बंद केलं का?
आपण बंद आहे.
आता काय येतंय का बघ ऐकायचं.
अरे तू जे बोलतो ना तिथं अंतर आहेच आहे.
हा, मग ते ऑब्विसली येणार.
अबे पण आमचा आवाज काय येत होता? आम्ही त्या सगळं बंद केलं.
तुझी मीट कोणाशी तरी मीट तुम्ही आता इथून जॉईन
join
केलं
असेल ना.
मी जॉईन नाही झालो.
मी पण जॉईन झालो.
आपल्याच आवाज असेल.
अरे मग याच्यात मायक्रोफोन आहे.
हां.
याचा मायक्रोफोन बंद आहे ना.
हा, पण इकडे बंद आहे. मला सांगा, ह्याच्यात OBS मध्ये इनपुटला काय चालू केलंय?
कायच नाही.
कायच नाही.
अबे हा OBS चेक कर.
इनपुटच नाही घेत.
व्हिडिओ कॅप्चर आहे.
ऑडिओ कॅप्चर पाहिजे.
ऑडिओ इनपुट कॅप्चर.
अरे हा काय माईक ऑक्झिलरी चालू आहे फुल.
थांब ओके काय तुला इथे डिफॉल्टमध्ये
मायक्रोफोन आहे.
नाही,
तो
नाही,
याचा
तो यायला
डिफॉल्ट
पाहिजे.
कट कर.
भाई तो इनपुट नाही घेत.
हे काय डेस्कटॉप ऑडिओ
कमी कर.
तर तसंही काय नव्हतं आहे.
हा, माईक
माईक ऑक्सिलरी ऑक्स हा तर तो आहे ना ओमकार.
हा, तोच आहे.
आता
कुठला
घेतला
आहे तो?
आपण ना. हे तर आता आलंय मग कशी नव्हतं.
बंद कर त्याला 0 कर मग आवाज येतोय का बघ.
त्याला कट कर.
तुला आवाज येतो?
हां.
आता टेस्ट कर.
येतो आवाज.
आता कोणाचा आवाज येतो?
आपलाच येतो.
त्याचा मायक्रोफोन ऑन आहे कुठे.
थांब बघे.
तिथे अजून कोणाचा आवाज आहे?
नाही आपला आवाज येतोच आहे तिथे.
थांब आता कमी झाला. आवाज कमी झाला. चालू कर.
हॅलो हॅलो
बस.
हॅलो. हे आपल्याला काल का नाही
काल आपल्याकडे माहिती होतं.
इथे झालं. आपल्या वय सांगितलं. हां
झालं?
आता याचा माईक आहे का त्याचा माईक.
हां आता थांब बघूया. आता हे बंद झालं.
थांब आता आपण माईक बंद केला आणि मग बोलू. मग आवाज येत असेल तर समजा याचा माईक आहे.
हॅलो हॅलो आणि बंद.
हॅलो 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 10 सेकंदांनी माझा आवाज नाही आला पाहिजे. हॅलो 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 हॅलो.
नाही तुझा आवाज आला.
हां म्हणजे हा बंद कर. हॅलो हॅलो.
आता बंद झालं. हॅलो
हॅलो हॅलो हॅलो हॅलो.
बे, आपल्याला ऑडिओ इनपुट नाही, आपल्याला
हा,
ऑडिओ
बंद कर.
आउटपुट कॅप्चर करायचं आहे.
ओके
डिफॉल्ट
मला हाच येतो
नको कर.
हे करून तर बघू.
तिथे आधी हार्डवेअर सेटिंग्समध्ये जाऊन करतो रेकग्नाईज होतं.
थांब ना 1 सेकंड थांब. तुला काय ऐकायला येतं?
काय
काहीच
सगळे म्हणते
थांब 1 सेकंड थांब. ओंकार कायच नको 1 मिनिट. मला फक्त हे सांग तुला ऐकायला काय येतं?
आता तू बोलतोस ते
हां आपला आवाज येतो.
म्हणजे याचा
याचा येतो.
हॅलो
हॅलो बोलून
हॅलो हॅलो हॅलो
ओंकारचा हॅलो हॅलो येतो.
हां
याचा ऑडिओ येतो.
त्याच्या हॅलो बोलून
ते चालतच नाही.
फोन घे नाचणे सरांच्या फोनला लावलेला तेव्हा बराबर आवाज येत होता.
त्यापेक्षा
हां तेव्हा बराबर आवाज येत होता.
काय
काय
मी बंद केलं होतं 2 मिनिट गप्पा नाही आला.
आता आता बरंच आवाज येतो.
हां
आता सगळे बंद
आता बंद झालं. तिकडे जाऊन टक टक कर.
ते पण तेच आहे ना.
तू काय केलास?
आता लाईव्हच आहे. असा काही इश्यू नाही आहे. जेव्हा सगळं शांत असतं एकदम तेव्हा आवाज बरोबर आहे. फक्त जरा स्लो
ह्याचा पण आवाज येतो ना.
हां येतो सगळा आवाज येतो. तू असा इथे टक 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 केला ना तरी पण त्याचा आवाज येतो बघ.
स्पीकरमधला कॅम्प
हां.
माईक चांगला आहे. 1 मिनिट तुला मी सांगू.
तू बंद का करतोस मला?
मी बंद नाही केलं.
बंद करतोस मग कळत नाही
तुला
आहे.
आता काय
आता आपलाच होतो.
ऐक तुला येतो आवाज पण कसला आवाज येतो?
आपलाच
आपलाच
आपण जे बोलतो त्याचा
हां,
म्हणजे हा माईक कॅप्चर करतो ना.
एक काम
राहून
कर.
राहून सगळं शांतच असणार इथे.
मी जरा मायक्रोफोनचा
चल झालं बंद करतो मी. ओके आता आवाज येतो इनपुट तर घे यायला पाहिजे मागच्याला कुठे आपण इनपुट घेतलं डायरेक्ट आवाज येत होता ते मागून कनेक्टेड ठेवलं आहेस ना
बंद कर त्याला काढायला लागेल.
काय ते राहून नाही कनेक्ट HDMI घे ना
अरे ह्याला
HDMI आउटपुटच नाही
ह्याला आउटपुट नाही
मिनी वेगळं आहे
आवाज येतच नाही.
थांब ना माझं meeting आहे.
आपण वाचून बोलतो.
आला
आला.
हॅलोचा आवाज येतात
हां
हॅलोवाला आवाज येतात
थांब ना
मग याला जोडणार
दहाला
डायरेक्ट प्ले करा
30 सेकंड कमी कर.
30 सेकंडचा डिले 30 सेकंड म्हणजे विचार कर किती त्याचा भक्ती चालू असतो.
हॅलो आला ऐकायला अजून आला हॅलो
हॅलो
हॅलो बोला
हॅलो
बदललं
हॅलो हॅलो यायला पाहिजे तो आवाज.
हा स्पीकर तिथे काढून ठेवला लिटरली.
तुझा हॅलोचा आवाज नाही आला.
माझा येतोय तुम्हाला काय ऐकायला
आपण बोलतोय ते ह्याचं रे ह्याचं इनपुट घेत नाही येते.
तू वायर हलवलीस
वायर हलवायचा संबंध
येतोय
हां हॅलोचा आवाज येतो.
येतोय पक्का हां तू हलवू नको त्या माझा
काय नाही करत आहे आणि त्याचा संबंध पण नाही.
ब्रेव लावून खाली आहे.
ब्रेव लावूनच
OBS
तुम्हाला आता हॅलोचा आवाज येतो बरोबर
हो
पक्का
पण जास्त आमचाच आवाज येतो.
तुला सांगू काय करायचा
लिंक काय आहे लिंक आपल्या त्या ह्याच्या
GPM इनोव्हेशन त्या चॅनलवर जाऊन आपला आवाज येणारच नसतो तर तोच डायरेक्ट स्पीकर इथे लावला
डायरेक्ट आहे
स्पीकरच्या बाजूला जाऊन बसायला
तुझ्या आवाज येतो.
काय पाहिजे ते नको ना एवढी
तो हॅलो बोलायचा आला आहे.
तो हॅलो जास्त होता आवाज तो आला
त्याचाच इनपुट येतो ह्याचा इनपुट नाही
आपण काय करतो
ते बंद केल्यावर ना एवढे ते शक्य नाही. त्याला वायरिंग कुठून गेली आहे
एवढीशी वायर आहे
रेकॉर्डेड काय दाखवत असेल तर
आहे सर
हॅलो हो
तिकडे लपून बसतो
इलेक्ट्रिकल
त्याला बोलतो तो काय तिथं बोलतो आणि त्याला हिचं बनवून चांगलं म्हणतो त्याला कंटाळा म्हणजे आपण पण भरतो टायपास करतो. काल आम्ही इथल्या तिकडे गेलो 7:15 इथून निघालो 6:40 पंच केली. हां घरी 7:30 पोहोचलो मी. ते पण बाईक होते म्हणून नाहीतर 9 वाजता
त्यांचं ते हे झालं असेल ते केबल काढलेली काय रे
उरलेला इकडे ठेव खाली बाजूला.
सायनिंगचा प्रश्न
इथे ठेव.
मी कॉन्फरन्सलाच आहे
हां एक लागेल ते ठेव. पाच तरी ठेव कमीत
स्कॅन
कमी वर.
म्हणजे तुझं अकाउंट तिकडे लॉग
ऋषी
आणि मग त्याच्या सबस्क्रिप्शन
उधार एक नाव
अरे ते तुझं अकाउंट लॉग इन करायचं तिथं सर्व AICT AICT चॅनलचं नाव तू
आपलं लाईव्ह स्ट्रीम चालू
AICT
चालू कर ना पॉज कर
त्याचा संबंधच काय केलं ते खायचं
शूटिंग कोण करणार आहे आणि पण कोण करणार आहे की हे नको का त्याला ऑपरेटर बोलतो ऑपरेटर नको का त्याला
पॉज नाही
हॅलो
हां तो
कुठे गेला
लाईव्ह
त्याचा आउटपुट बंद कर व्हॉइस कमी कर आला
मी बोलतोय ते चालू आहे पण त्याची पॉवर कमी आहे ते करावं लागतं.
सर त्या माईकचा व्हॉल्यूम
शिडून ठेवावं लागेल नाही
हा
तर
केलं
echo येतो,
सर
feedback
हा, ते
येतो.
केलं सर
तेवढं जास्त नाही करत तो आवाज खरखर होतो बघ
असं त्याचा आवाज येतो.
बघ स्पीकरचा
हॅलो
तेवढं म्हणजे हमी जास्त आवाज
अबे तू बंद असा बंद
काय चालू आहे तुझं टेस्ट
काय नाही डिले
अरे बाहेर नाही जायचं
हॅलोचा
बंद केला
बघा
चार्ज
हे लाईव्ह आहे
हां
हां इथे येते हळूहळू होते वायफाय आहे ना
हे लाईव्ह होतं
हळूहळू होते
तो कॅमेरा तरी जाऊन पुसा कुठेतरी
थांब हे काय चालू आहे हे बघ
मोबाईलच बघ
हे एवढंच डिस्प्ले होतं ना
हां एवढा दिसला होता
अरे पण विंडो कॅप्चर आहे ना आपल्याला काय काय
बंद केलेला
विंडो कॅप्चरला ब्रेवच दिसतं ना फक्त
हां अरे ती एकाच मिनिटं दिसते
F11
हां
तू चेंज कर ना आपल्याला इथं कळेल
मी त्याच्यामध्ये
तुमच्यात का त्या तिकडे ठेवते
फक्त चेंज होतं काय बघायचं
बस ते 30 सेकंडचा डील
तिथे क्लिक केलं असतं तरी कळलं असतं काय
कुठे
फक्त ब्रेव ओपन नाही की काय दुसरं पण open
अरे एकाच विंडो एकाच ब्रेवची विंडो शेअर केली त्याला ॲप 11 कडून विंडो केला आता इथे फक्त झालं
आता हे हलू नको त्या
केलं तर हे पण जाईल
झालं
ते
असं
नाही
नको नको इकडचं पण करतो ओके सर
हे पोर कुठे झाले बाकी
आणि आय टीला सस्पेंड
मी आतमध्ये बसेल.
मी बरोबर झाले मी बरोबर झाले
मोबाईल पण
चांगला लाईव्ह
नेटचा इश्यू आहे.
तू वेबसिरीज
खान दिसायला दिसतच काय अरे ते
पाठी घे अजून पाठी घे
हां सर.
लागणार आहेत का तुम्हाला?
ना आम्हाला सर
आम्हाला नाही.
लागतच नाही.
काहीच नको.
नाही सर.
आम्ही काय करणार सरांशी हळू बोला आपलं जावं जातं इकडून.
हां ते
काही सूचना आहेत. सर्व विद्यार्थ्यांनी आपले मोबाईल स्विच ऑफ करावे. या कार्यक्रमामध्ये कोणत्याही मोबाईलच्या रिंगचा व्यत्यय येऊ नये म्हणून त्यांनी स्विच ऑफ करावे व इतर मान्यवरांनी आपले मोबाईल सायलेंट मोडवर ठेवावे. विद्यार्थ्यांनी मोबाईल स्विच ऑफ करावे व इतर मान्यवर जे आहेत त्यांनी आपले मोबाईल सायलेंट मोड करावे. तसेच पाहुण्यांचं आगमन झाल्यानंतर सर्व विद्यार्थी उभे राहतील अभिवादनासाठी. क्लोज डोर. अरे दरवाजा बंद करा. जवळचं कोणी तरी लक्ष द्या तिथे. दरवाजा बंद करा.
लॅबपेक्षा चांगला असतो. जायला पिन कर ओमकार कॅमेरा बंद आहे.
अरे अबे तेव्हा मग तिथे अबे ते
तो बसला.
सर आल्यानंतर यांचे पुढे पण जाऊ. सर हे ड्रायव्हर नाईक साहेब आहेत ना ते पण नाहीतर काय एकदम कंटेस्टेड होते जायचं मार्ग
पण ही मीट आहे.
हा ना.
हां
किती पार्टिसिपंट आहे मीटमध्ये इथे मीटवरती?
पार्टिसिपंट
21
आता बरं जण झालं आपल्याला.
दोन आहे ह्याला
ठीक आहे, त्याला दाखवायचं ते दाखवायचं नाही दाखवायचं.
हां ते दाखवत नाही सर. ते
रेकॉर्डिंग चालू केलं ना पुढे होतं सर. ऑडिओ चालू नाही अजून ना?
नाही सर ऑडिओ
चालू
चालू आपण बोलतो ते चालू आहे ना?
हां तिकडे झालं.
सर ते स्पीकरमध्ये आवाज स्पीकरमध्ये त्या आवाज आपला तो पॉवरफुल आहे ना.
सर मी धुळे जाऊ.
किती तात्पुरते पुढचे काढूया ना नंतर घे पण नंतर घे.
पैसा खेळ अजून कुठला अकाउंट
दिसणारच नाही.
दोन्ही
बसून घेतो ना.
हा बालिके सकाळी उभं राहील.
स्वागत सर.
तुम्हाला काय
मी प्राध्यापक ईश्वर पुष्पे, विद्युत विभाग, शासकीय तंत्रनिकेतन मुंबई, मला जी आज तुला समाया दिली आहे कार्यक्रमाचे संचालन करण्याचे संचालन त्याबद्दल मी आयोजकांचे धन्यवाद मानतो. सर्व पाहुण्यांचे व अतिथीगण यांचे पुनश्च स्वागत. आजचा जो कार्यक्रम आहे तो कार्यक्रम म्हणजे MSBT महाराष्ट्र स्टेट बोर्ड ऑफ टेक्निकल एज्युकेशन मुंबई यांच्यातर्फे स्टेट लेवल टेक्निकल पेपर प्रेझेंटेशन कॉम्पिटिशनची आपण आयोजित केलेली आहे. त्या कार्यक्रमाचे विधिवत उद्घाटन म्हणून आपण इथे जमलो आहोत. आजच्या कार्यक्रमाला सन्माननीय जे पाहुणे जे लागलेले आहेत सर्वश्री प्रमोदजी नाईक, संचालक महाराष्ट्र तंत्र शिक्षण मुंबई, तसेच गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर म्हणून डॉक्टर S.G. ताजी, सेक्रेटरी MSBT मुंबई रिजन आणि सौ शर्वरी शेपे आपल्या असिस्टंट डायरेक्टर टेक्निकल आरो मुंबई म्हणजे तंत्र शिक्षण संचालनालय जे कोकण विभागाचं कार्यालय आहे त्या ठिकाणी कार्यालय व आपले सर्वांचे लाडके आदरणीय प्राचार्य श्री डॉक्टर हिरण महाराज. प्रथम मी या कार्यक्रमाचे अध्यक्षस्थान प्राचार्य डॉक्टर श्री हिरण महाराज यांनी स्वीकारावे अशी विभागातर्फे रिक्वेस्ट करतो. सरांनी अध्यक्षस्थान स्वीकारल्याबद्दल त्यांच्या परवानगीने आपल्या कार्यक्रमाला सुरुवात करावं. सर्वप्रथम मान्यवरांची पाहुण्यांची जी ओळख आहे ती ओळख आपले कार्यक्रमाचे समन्वय नायकडे सर करतील. मी त्यांना विनंती करतो त्यांनी डायसवरती येऊन मान्यवरांची ओळख. सन्माननीय व्यासपीठ आदरणीय श्री नाईक साहेब, आजच्या कार्यक्रमाचे प्रमुख पाहुणे यांच्या हस्ते हा कार्यक्रम सुरू होणार आहे. यांची सर्वात प्रथम मी आपला ओळख करून देतो. तसं बघितलं तर आपल्या सर्वात कल्पना आहेच, पण एक थोडक्यात त्यांची ओळख करून देतो. मी सध्या सर हे महाराष्ट्र राज्य तंत्र शिक्षण मंडळ या संस्थेचे डायरेक्टर आहेत, संचालक आहेत. तसेच तंत्र शिक्षण संचालनालय मुंबई विभाग सरांचं ग्रॅज्युएशन प्रजापती अमरावती इथून झालं. सरांनी IIT चेन्नई इथून MTech केलं आहे. मेंटेनन्स इंजिनिअरिंग आणि मॅनेजमेंट या विषयामध्ये त्यांचं MTech झालं. ही आपल्या अभिमानाची गोष्ट आहे की IIT मधून MTech झालेले संचालक आपल्याला लाभलेले आहेत. सरांनी आतापर्यंत विविध स्तरावरती विविध स्तरांची पदं भूषवलेली आहे. सर्वात प्रथम असिस्टंट डायरेक्टर ऑफ टेक्निकल एज्युकेशन आरो पुणे, नंतर इन्चार्ज जॉईंट डायरेक्टर टेक्निकल एज्युकेशन आरो नाशिक, नंतर सेक्रेटरी MSBT मुंबई, नंतर डेप्युटी डायरेक्टर BTE मुंबई, नंतर जॉईंट डायरेक्टर BTE मुंबई आणि सध्या डायरेक्टर MSBT. सरांचा गाडा औद्योगिक अनुभव पण आहे आणि सरांनी जागतिक बँकेचा जो टेक्निकल एज्युकेशन इम्प्रुव्हमेंट प्रोग्राम आहे TKIP त्याच्यासाठी काम केलेलं आहे. त्याच्यानंतर गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर श्री ताजे सर यांची विनंती करून त्यांची ओळख करून देतो. सरांचं ग्रॅज्युएशन जे आहे औरंगाबादून झालेलं आहे. नंतर AB मेकॅनिकल गव्हर्नमेंट कॉलेज आणि सरांचं PhD जे आहे ते COAP पुणे इथून ट्रान्सफर आणि सर RBT ला नंतर दुसऱ्या अमरावती ग्रॅज्युएशन पूर्ण झालेलं आहे. त्या असिस्टंट मला व्यासपीठाने ओळख होण्याची संधी मिळाली याबद्दल सरांचे आभार. थँक्यू सर डॉक्टर मालकडे. ऑडियन्स जो आहे ते विद्यार्थी आहे तर आपल्या मुलाचं सुचलं आहे की आता जी ओळख झाली त्या ओळखीचं आपण गव्हर्नमेंट पॉलिटेक्निक शिकत आहोत. हा टेक्निकल एज्युकेशन भाग आहे. आपली संस्था ऑटोनॉमस आहे. त्याचप्रमाणे सर्व संस्था ज्या प्रायव्हेट आहेत आणि इतर संस्था ज्या आहेत त्या संस्था महाराष्ट्र टेक्निकल एज्युकेशन मंडळाशी त्यांच्या परीक्षा मंडळाचे संचालक मला तुम्हाला सांगायचं होतं. आणि तसंच ऑफिसचा उल्लेख म्हणजे जसं आपलं पॉलिटेक्निक आहे त्याचं ऍडमिनिस्ट्रेशन त्याच्यावर संचालन करण्याकरता संचालनालय हे आपलं मोठं मुख्य ऑफिस आहे आणि विभाग स्तरावर विभाग केलेले आहे. तर प्रत्येक विभागाला एक रिजनल ऑफिस त्या रिजनल ऑफिस तसंच MSBTचं सर्व महाराष्ट्र राज्यात त्यांचे पण आपण विभाग केलेला आहे. त्या विभागाचा एक मुंबई विभाग जो आहे महाराष्ट्रामध्ये आलेला आहे. तर अशा पद्धतीने हा कार्यक्रमबद्दल धन्यवाद मानतो. पुढे आपण आता स्वागत जे आहे करूया. आपले जे आहे मोदी नाईक यांचं स्वागत मी आपले आदरणीय प्राचार्य डॉक्टर हे मुख्य देऊन करते.
Good morning all. I welcome today's chief guest, Honorable Director, Ninth Sir, Dr. Taji Sir, Secretary, RBT, Dr. Mala Sir, Government Polytechnic, Mumbai, Honorable Director, Madam, all the respected HODs, coordinators, jury members, organizing committee, and my students. I welcome you for occasion of MSBT sponsored state level technical paper presentation of electrical engineering department in Mumbai region. So this presentation is organized by Electrical Engineering Department and Government Polytechnic Mumbai. Electrical Department and Government Polytechnic started in 2009. We got MBA accreditation for 3 years. We got well-equipped laboratories, highly qualified faculty and supporting staff. Our college, our institute has started outcome-based education curriculum of sandwich pattern. 2.5 years students are studying Government Polytechnic Mumbai, and the last semester for 6 months they are placed in the industry for their implant training. The industry for implant training are very Food industries like cement, PST, Maharashtra State Transmission Company Limited, Maharashtra State Distribution Company Limited, Indian Railways, etc. So this paper presentation, so I would like to thank you first of all for Honorable Director for giving us the opportunity to organize this paper presentation competition. So this competition will provide a platform for the students to implement their whatever creative ideas are there inside their mind through the paper presentation. So in this competition, different topics are given like hydrogen vehicles, smart grid, electrical vehicle charging infrastructure, renewable energy, scope of PLC's SCADA in automation, application of artificial intelligence, electrical engineering. So when you look at this topics, they are recently emerged in electrical engineering, and this is the need of the hour in electrical engineering. So like hydrogen vehicles, now day by day petrol is reducing, and therefore we need another kind of fuel our vehicles. So hydrogen fuel are generally spacecraft. So it causes pollution and it requires very less time for fuel. So for smart grid, so it is an electrical grid which includes a variety of operation and advanced infrastructure, control and monitoring of transferring of all the electricity from the generating station to the end users, the consumer. Then electrical charging infrastructure. So this is also very much in demand because petrol demand is day by day reducing, petrol is reducing, so we require electric vehicles. We are the first in Maharashtra state. We started this course electric mobility in our curriculum. So it requires the charging infrastructure at our home or workplace or the public destinations. So this is also very much in demand. Then next is renewable energy. So you know all the engineering students, all the conventional sources like coal, gas, nuclear, they are reducing day by day, and therefore renewable energy is the better solution because solar, wind, biogas, geothermal, these are resources available in nature, and we can harness the energy from these sources. We can convert it into electrical energy. So in this way we can conserve the energy. Energy conservation is nothing but save the earth. Save the earth is the main topic, main focus of United Nations. The next is PLC SCADA. All the industries now are applying this PLC SCADA for their control and monitoring equipment process. So it gives less error in production and handling. Then artificial intelligence, so it is a big topic. It's recently in every solution we can find a solution of artificial intelligence to every problem. So all these topics are really good topics. It helps students enhance further research work. So I would like to request all my students seated and listen to an honorable ways. So it is my sincere hope that this competition will help these students on how they can move closer towards the attainment of their goals. So I wish them all the best for their paper presentation, and thank you all.
Thank you, madam. त्यानंतर आता जो आपण कार्यक्रम केलेला आहे प्रेझेंटेशन कॉम्पिटिशन, या कार्यक्रमाची घटनासाठी मी आता पाहुण्यांना प्रज्वलन करून आपण पुष्पार्पण ही प्रज्वलन आणि स्वतंत्र या गोष्टी करून आपण उद्घाटन केलं.
सुरुवातीला चांगलं
सरस्वती वंदना शर्वरी आणि कार्य Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. त्यानंतर मी आजचे सन्माननीय पाहुणे प्रमोद जी नाही संचालक महाराष्ट्र राज्य तंत्र शिक्षण मंडळ त्यांना विनंती करतो की त्यांनी ते उपस्थित विद्यार्थ्यांना मार्गदर्शन करावे. श्री नाईक.
माझे डिजिटल ऑफिस असले या आजच्या या सर्वांचे कोऑर्डिनेटर श्रीमती ज्योती त्याचप्रमाणे विद्यार्थी आणि सर्व ऑनलाईन उपस्थित विद्यार्थी सर्वप्रथम मी सर्वांना ऑनलाईन आयोजित केली आहे त्याबद्दल त्यांचं अभिनंदन करतो. आणि हा एक अत्यंत चांगला इव्हेंट आहे. ऑटोनॉमस कॉलेज आहे मागच्या वेळेस इन्व्हिटेशन घेऊन की सर तुम्ही यावं कॉम्पिटिशनला जी ऑनलाईन पद्धतीने आहे. मला आनंद वाटला आणि मला बऱ्याचदा आहे बाहेर जाण्याला किंवा कुठल्या शैक्षणिक असतात डिजिटल ऑफिस काम आहे आणि त्या कारणामुळे बऱ्याचशा ठिकाणी जागा पण मला वाटतं आणि एक चांगल्या प्रकारे आहे मला वाटतं तर त्या संस्थेमध्ये एका मीटिंगला जायचं होतं पण मी म्हटलं की पहिला प्रोग्राम केलेला आहे खरोखर जो पेपर टॉपिक आवडले आहे कॉलेजमध्ये आता सातवारे मॅडमनी सुद्धा त्यांच्या एका विषयावर सांगितलं की हाऊ इम्पॉर्टंट दिस टॉपिक्स आर like application of artificial intelligence in electrical engineering अत्यंत महत्त्वाचं आहे. सगळेजण सगळं जग आता AI वर चाललेलं आहे आणि त्या दृष्टिकोनातून असे इलेक्ट्रिकल व्हेकल अत्यंत जॉब ऑपॉर्च्युनिटीज आहेत त्या फील्डमध्ये सध्याच्या मुलांना आणि सगळेजण इलेक्ट्रिकल व्हेकलवर काम करत आहेत. हायड्रोजन फ्युएल व्हेकल इम्पॉर्टंट टॉपिक असे महत्त्वाच्या टॉपिकमध्ये आपल्या डिप्लोमाच्या मुलांना काही गोष्टी करता येतात. अशा प्रकारच्या कॉम्पिटिशन एज्युकेशन इन्स्टिट्यूटचा एक भाग झालेला आहे, एज्युकेशन प्रोसेसचा एक भाग झालेला आहे की अशा पेपर प्रेझेंटेशन, क्विज कॉम्पिटिशन, प्रोजेक्ट एक्झिबिशन आपण सगळीकडे प्रोजेक्ट डिफेक्ट आहे, वेगवेगळ्या प्लॅटफॉर्मवर तुम्हाला रिप्रेझेंट करायची संधी मिळते अशा प्रकारचे कॉम्पिटिशन. आणि टीचर्सला सुद्धा त्यांचं नॉलेज त्यांना विद्यार्थ्यांना चांगल्या गाईड करता येते. इंडस्ट्रीला एखादं चांगलं यातून एव्हिएशन मिळू शकते चांगल्या पद्धतीनं आणि विद्यार्थ्यांना त्यांचे जॉब अत्यंत महत्त्वाचं असं योगदान या माध्यमातून आपल्याला करता येतं. महाराष्ट्र स्टेट बोर्ड ऑफ एज्युकेशन जे आहे ते अत्यंत तो करिक्युलम मुलांना शिकवावा, मुलांमध्ये कशा तऱ्हेने ग्रोथ व्हावी, त्याच्यासाठी इंडस्ट्री जॉब ओरिएंटेड कसे कोर्सेस द्यावे आणि त्या वेगवेगळे स्कॉलरशिप आपण देतो, वेगवेगळे बक्षिसं इथे सुद्धा बक्षीस अत्यंत चांगली आहे. 15,000 रुपये, 10,000 रुपये, 5,000 रुपये. इट इज अ व्हेरी एनकरेजिंग अमाऊंट. आणि मेन म्हणजे सर्टिफिकेशन का तुम्हाला स्टेट लेवलच्या बोर्डाचं सर्टिफिकेशन मिळते आहे तर ते अत्यंत महत्त्वाचं उपलब्ध होऊ शकते. तर त्या दृष्टिकोनातून पार्टिसिपेशन आलेलं आहे. मॅडम पार्टिसिपेशन आलं त्यांना आपण 17-18 पेपर सिलेक्ट केलेले आहेत. आता मला तर वाटलं की आपण करतो आहे एका इन्स्टिट्यूटमधून एकच विद्यार्थ्याला तर त्याच्यावर सुद्धा काही मी पाहिजे जेणेकरून आपल्याला पार्टिसिपेशनला एका इन्स्टिट्यूटमध्ये 4-5 दोन चांगले असू शकतात. तर त्यांनी आपली कॉम्पिटिशन पण वाढवली कारण कॉम्पिटिशन तो जर नॅशनल लेवलला त्या दृष्टिकोनातून असता आपण विचार करतो तर तो निश्चितपणे अशा प्रोग्रामला माहिती की काय बॉटलनेक काय आहे काय आणि त्या गोष्टी करायच्या आहेत त्या दृष्टिकोनातून आपण जरूरपणे या कॉम्पिटिशनमध्ये मला वाटतं एन्करेज इनोव्हेशन आणि क्रिएटिव्हिटी आणि हेल्प द स्टुडंट टू डेव्हलप आणि प्रॉब्लेम सॉल्व्हिंग एबिलिटी. त्याचप्रमाणे एक पार्ट की या कॉम्पिटिशनमध्ये विनिंग महत्त्वाचा आहे कॉन्फिडन्स की बाबा मला काय करायचं नंतर कॉन्फिडन्स येते त्या सगळ्या गोष्टी. परंतु नुसतं करण्यासाठी महत्त्वाचे त्याबरोबर तुम्ही जो काही नॉलेज मिळवता अशासारख्या कॉम्पिटिशनमध्ये पार्टिसिपेट करून जो काही एक्सपिरियन्स मिळवता तर तो तुम्हाला सगळ्याकडे बोलून देतो. त्याच्यामुळे पार्टिसिपेट केलेलं आहे त्याचं त्याला स्वागतच करतो कारण जरी विद्यार्थी नाही झाला तरी आपल्याला फेल्युअरमधून सक्सेसमधून दोन्ही याच्यात फेल्युअरमधून चांगला मार्गाचे सक्सेसमधून आपल्याला एक एन्करेजमेंट मिळते. तर त्या दृष्टिकोनातून चांगल्या मुंबई शासकीय सत्र मुंबईची प्राचार्य धन्यवाद त्यांनी अशा प्रकारच्या ऍक्टिव्हिटीज कराव्या जेणेकरून आपल्या मुंबई रिजनचं नाव होईल, आपल्या ऑटोनॉमस त्यांची नेहमी धडपड असते, चांगले नाते करण्यामध्ये नेहमी धडपड असते. प्रत्येक वेळेस ते माझ्याकडे की सर आपलं कॉलेज कसं करता येईल, मॉडेल कॉलेज कसं करता येईल आणि चांगल्या गोष्टी मी डिजिटल ऑफिसमधून आणि प्रोडक्टमधून दोन्ही एक कॉलेज निश्चितपणे मदत करणारा आपण सर्वांनी सुद्धा त्यांना तसं सहकार्य केलं पाहिजे. कारण की काय एकटाच माणूस कोणी करू शकत नाही, मी पण एकटा करू शकत नाही, ते पण एकटे करू शकत नाही, कोणीच नाही. पण आपण सगळ्यांनी जर कॉन्ट्रीब्युट केलं चांगल्या कार्याला केलं तर एक चांगल्या प्रकारे समजते आणि आपल्या कॉलेजचं नाव होते, सगळ्यांचं नाव होते. त्या दृष्टिकोनाला आहे जेव्हा मी कॉर्पोरेट appreciate the very best of us and thanks to all for being the part of this exciting event which is taking place at the government Polytechnic and take the congratulations on the team. Thank you. Thank you.
थँक्यू सर. थँक्यू सर. सरांनी खूपच मौलिक मार्गदर्शन मला दिलं आहे. मला शिकली आहे ते सर्व विद्यार्थी आपले इंटरेस्ट पुढच्या वर्षी कॉम्पिटिशन घेईल आपलं कॉलेजेस करेल असं नाही. त्या निवडल्या यावर्षी आपल्या संस्थेला मिळालेला हा मान तर सर्व विद्यार्थी मित्रांनी वेबसाईटची सातत्याने काही असतात काही इव्हेंट्स असतात आणि मित्र जे आहेत त्याच्या आसामध्ये त्यांना आपण याबद्दल आपण प्रोत्साहन द्यावं. तर मी पुढे जे आहे डॉक्टर ताजी सर यांना रिक्वेस्ट करतो की त्यांनी दोन शब्द मार्गदर्शन करू.
धन्यवाद सर. व्यासपीठावर मान्यवर संचालक मंच तसेच शासकीय तंत्रज्ञान संचालक इलेक्ट्रिकल डिपार्टमेंटचे मॅडम या इव्हेंटचे कॉन्ट्री कॉल खेडे सर इथं उपस्थित असलेले इतर प्राध्यापक वर्ग आणि उपस्थित असलेले सर्व विद्यार्थी मला सर्वप्रथम प्रमोदजी नाही सर प्रोजेक्ट कॉम्पिटिशन नव्हती पेपर प्रेझेंटेशन आणि कंडक्ट केलेले आहे आणि त्याचप्रमाणे आपल्या वेगवेगळ्या ब्रँचेस पेपर प्रेझेंटेशन कॉम्पिटिशन आपलं ऑर्गनाईज होत आहे. मुंबईमध्ये सगळ्या आपल्या रिजन जे वेगवेगळे रिजन आहेत कंडक्ट केले जात आहे. आणि मला सरांना पण आभार मानतो की त्यांनी काही प्लॅटफॉर्म बनवण्यासाठी क्रिएट करून दिलं. आय एम व्हेरी थँकफुल टू मला सर आणि दुसरं ते ऑनरेबल डायरेक्टर सांगितलं की मेनिंग महत्त्वाचं आहे गेम होणार तुमचं आणि या ग्रोथ होणार आहे. कारण तसा टॉपिक आहे इलेक्ट्रिकल व्हेकल असेल हायड्रोजन फ्युएल असेल तर त्या पर्टिक्युलर टॉपिकमध्ये कसं लिटरेचर सर्च करायचं एका ॲब्स्ट्रॅक्टमध्ये आपण प्रेझेंट करायचं आहे. तर नक्कीच तुमचं वर्किंग लेवल टेक्निकल जो पार्ट आहे तो नक्कीच तुमचं डेव्हलप होणार आहे. महाराष्ट्र जसं सरांनी सांगितलं की फक्त करिक्युलम नाही आम्ही बाकीच्या ॲक्टिव्हिटी पण तर ह्याच्यामुळेच असं होतं की मुलांचा सर्वांगीण विकास होतो आणि याला मदत होते. त्यामुळं हा नक्कीच हा प्लॅटफॉर्म फायद्याचा आहे आणि तुम्हाला पुढे घेऊन जाणार आहे. आणि मला इथं वेळ नाही आहे कारण बरंच झालेलं आहे. मला एवढंच सांगायचं तुम्हाला यामुळं फायदा होईल आणि तुम्हाला विभागातर्फे मी शुभेच्छा देतो आणि माझे बोलणं थांबतो. थँक्यू.
सर. थँक्यू व्हेरी मच. मॅडम सुद्धा रिक्वेस्ट दोन शब्द शुभेच्छा
मॅडम सगळ्यांनी विद्यार्थ्यांना मार्गदर्शन केलेले आहे आणि हा इलेक्ट्रिकल डिपार्टमेंटकडून चांगला प्रयत्न आहे. डिप्लोमाच्या विद्यार्थ्यांना रिसर्चकडे जरा त्यांना आहे आणि या हा जो माध्यम अवेलेबल दिलेला आहे ऑनलाईन कॉम्पिटिशन पेपर प्रेझेंटेशन कॉम्पिटिशन याच्यामुळे आता डिप्लोमाच्या नंतर डिग्रीमध्ये गेल्याच्यानंतर मुलांना थोडंसं पेपर प्रेझेंटेशन किंवा पीपीटी प्रेझेंटेशन ह्याचं थोडं नॉलेज लागतं पण स्टार्टिंगला सुद्धा स्कोप दिल्यामुळे त्यांचं ते वाईडर होतं. त्याच्यामुळे या लेखाला हे दिलं की मला वाटत आणि मुलांना एक आपण पुस्तकी ज्ञान असतं पण याच्या रिसर्च किंवा ॲडव्हान्स प्लॅटफॉर्म उपलब्ध करून दिलेला आहे आणि बऱ्यापैकी मॅडमनी सांगितल्याप्रमाणे बरेच स्टेप्स असतात. तर इलेक्ट्रिकल डिपार्टमेंटनी खूप मेहनत घेतली जितक्या एंट्री झाल्या तुम्ही तुमच्या लेवलला फायनल तुम्ही आणलेले लिस्टमध्ये दिसले. तर I congratulate all the students who have participated in this competition. So I congratulate electrical department and all the staff and students and non-staff who have helped in this project. I finally thanks to Dr. Maharaj sir who have encouraged all staff in organizing this event. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam. या कार्यक्रमामध्ये तर मी आपल्या आदरणीय प्राचार्य डॉक्टर मला सांगतो त्यांना मार्गदर्शन करणार.
Honorable Director Committee, promote next time. As well as Director of the school. Again, promote next time. Honorable Deputy Director, Assistant Director, Madam. Head of Electrical Department, Farmer Madam, Auditor, the deputies and my beloved. Very good afternoon. मित्रों, आज व्यासपीठावर असलेल्या सन्माननीय व्यक्तींनी अतिशय खरं म्हणजे त्यांनी संवाद आपल्या शिक्षण केले. महाराष्ट्र नंतर शिक्षण संचालनालयाचे MSBT तुम्हाला अति सुंदर सांगतो. त्याच्या पुढे त्यात कशा बोलतो कारण इलेक्ट्रिक डिपार्टमेंट त्या प्रोग्राम मध्ये एक कंटेंट बघितलं इलेक्ट्रिकल व्हेकल. आपल्याला माहिती आहे इलेक्ट्रिकल व्हेकल कोणी संकल्पना आली मला माहिती आहे. आज अमेरिकेमध्ये टेस्ला इलॉन मस्क नाव ऐकलेलं. इलॉन मस्कने फिजिक्स आणि इकॉनॉमिक्स कोणतेही इंजिनिअरिंग ग्रॅज्युएट कोणतीही फिजिक्स पण तो स्पेसिफिक आणि टेस्ला तुम्ही का नाही व्हाय नॉट यू. आपण हा विचार करायला या कार्यक्रमाचा the main purpose of this program is to stimulate the scientific and engineering temper of you. तुमच्यामध्ये असलेल्या संशोधनाला चालना देणे यासाठी हा प्रोग्राम आयोजित केला आहे. मित्रों, जेव्हा आम्ही एमटेकच्या विद्यार्थ्यांशी भेटतो तर गाईडर केली जेव्हा आम्ही संचालक कार्यक्रम केलो तिथे डिस्कशन केलं की डिप्लोमा कॉलेजेस आहेत त्यांच्याकडे
की डिप्लोमाला तुम्हाला स्किल असणार परंतु मी एमएससी मध्ये तुम्ही दिलेला पेपर प्रेझेंटेशन ते जेपी मॅडमने सांगितल्याप्रमाणे आपल्या पॉलिटिकलच्या स्कूलच्या पॅटर्न आहे संशोधन वृत्ती रिसर्च पेपर हा डिग्री किंवा एमटेकून येत नाही तो जन्मता असतो फक्त ती सर्च करायची प्रवृत्ती पाहिजे रिसर्च म्हणजे असलेलं आपल्यामध्ये जे काही तंत्रज्ञान आहे त्याला कशी चाललं दॅट इज आणि ते तुम्ही असलेलं आयडिया तुमच्या पेपरवर तसं प्रस्तावित करणार दॅट इज फॉर पेपर प्रेझेंटेशन. मित्रो विद्यार्थ्यांनो आपण ज्या परीक्षेच्या डिव्हिजन मध्ये किंवा पेपर प्रेझेंटेशनचे भाग घेतला ते इज व्हेरी गुड थिंग. बक्षीस सगळ्यांना मिळते असं नाही पण पार्टिसिपेशन करणे इव्हेंट करणे म्हणून तुमचं कॉन्व्हर्सेशन करतो नाईक साहेबांना समित वैद्य सगळ्या फॅकल्टीच्या वतीने आश्वासन करतो 3 वर्षाचा रोडमॅप आपल्या या 3 वर्षाच्या रोडमॅप खचितच जीपी मुंबईची इमेज एवढी जरी शक्य नाही झालं तरी त्या एक आपण आमची संपत्ती आमचे स्टेक होल्डर्स आमचे विद्यार्थी आज विद्यार्थी इतके सांगतील अधिकार त्या माध्यमातून सरांच्या बाहेरच्या भागात सेंटर ऑफ एक्सलन्स म्हणजे अति उच्च तंत्रज्ञानाचा विकसित कलाशाला आपण बांधण्याचं किंवा उभारण्याचं काम माननीय संचालक युनिव्हर्सिटीच्या माध्यमातून किंवा तंत्र शिक्षण संस्थेच्या बाजूला घेतो आहे तिथे सगळ्या हुशार चालना मिळेल. सर आम्ही अकॅडमिकच्या माध्यमातून पेपर कॉम्पिटिशन प्रोजेक्ट कॉम्पिटिशन IPR या सगळ्या गोष्टी विद्यार्थ्यांच्या माध्यमातून घेऊ कारण संस्थेची ओळख गॅरंटी देऊ शकते संस्थेची ओळख आपल्या विद्यार्थ्यांमुळे कारण आज माझी पहिली वेळ आहे की मी इंजिनिअरिंग डिप्लोमाला मला खूप आनंद वाटतो की विद्यार्थ्यांशी बोलताना कारण जे आपल्या पॉलिटेक्निकचे विद्यार्थी होते BE करतील MTech करतील PhD करतील त्या फॉरेनमध्ये MS करतील पण ते जीपी मुंबईचा आठवण येते तो एक नाव जीपी मुंबईचे आम्ही नाव दिलं आज मी कुठे नासाला ते टेस्ला ते मुंबई कुठे आहोत ती आमची त्यांनी जेव्हा जीपी मुंबईचं आहे की या 4 वर्षात 5 वर्षात आम्ही हे कार्य केलं हा प्रोग्राम पेपर प्रेझेंटेशन प्रोग्राम आज छोटं पेपर प्रेझेंटेशन आहे पूर्ण महाराष्ट्र बघतो पण मित्र विद्यार्थ्यांनो तुमचं पेपर प्रेझेंटेशन ते दिवस नोट करून द्यावा तुमचं पेपर प्रेझेंटेशन तेव्हा एमिनेंट सायंटिस्ट या मोठ्या मोठ्या कंपनीज होईल त्याच्यात केलं मत नाही आय विश ऑल द बेस्ट बिकॉज यू आर तुम्ही आमचे स्ट्रेंग्स आहात तुम्ही आमचे ग्रेट वाईनेशनचे जे मेसेंजर्स आहेत आपले स्टेक होल्डर आहेत तुम्ही या संस्थेतून मी नेहमीच प्लॅटफॉर्म केलेल्या साहेबांच्या मार्गदर्शन मार्गाप्रमाणे तुमच्याकडे असलेल्या संकल्पनेला तुमच्या असलेल्या शास्त्रीय इलेक्ट्रिकलचे लोक आहेत ते आपण जर कॅमेरा घेतला मोबाईल फोन घेतला तर सगळ्या कोलॅबरेशन मध्ये आपण त्या कोलॅबरेशन टेक्नॉलॉजी मध्ये मी स्टेशनमध्ये उभं राहावं आणि जीपी मुंबईचं नाव रोशन करावं एवढीच माझी सदिच्छा आहे. प्रोफेसर वाघमारे मॅडम ऑल इलेक्ट्रिकल फॅकल्टी to conduct such a wonderful event. I also thank you all for sir and sir at dignitaries organizers. Wishing all the best. Thank you.
Thank you sir. सरांनी फारच एन्करेजमेंट पर आपलं प्रोत्साहन मार्गदर्शन केलेलं आहे आणि मला विद्यार्थी येणाऱ्या काळामध्ये MSBTच नाही तर इतर राज्यातील स्पर्धा होती त्या ठिकाणी आपले पेपर प्रेझेंट झाले. थँक्यू सर. आता कार्यक्रमाच्या आपण शेवटच्या टप्प्यात आलेला आभार प्रदर्शनानंतर कार्यक्रमाच्या ही राष्ट्रीय भाषा तेव्हा मी तो आपला सूचना माझ्यासाठी आता मी आभार प्रदर्शन मी स्वतः करतोय. आजच्या या कार्यक्रमानंतर प्रेझेंटेशनचे कार्यक्रमाची उद्घाटना करताना आज आपल्याला आपल्याला प्रमुख पाहुणे आदरणीय श्री प्रमोद संचालक महाराष्ट्र मंडळ त्यांनी आपल्या अतिशय विशेष म्हणजे त्यांना खरोखर म्हणजे या कार्यक्रमाकरता वेळ काढणं कठीणच होतं, पण त्यांनी विद्यार्थ्यांच्या प्रेमापोटी ह्या इव्हेंटसाठी त्यांचं मार्गदर्शन आपल्याला देण्यासाठी त्यांनी वेळ काढला. कारण त्यांच्याकडे आहे तर त्यांचं संस्थेतर्फे मी सरांचं आभार मानतो. तसेच डॉक्टर तागी सर ऑफिस म्हटलं की खूप काम असतं टेबलवरती त्यांनी शेड्यूल करून आपल्याला वेळ आपल्यासाठी दिला आहे त्याबद्दल त्यांचे धन्यवाद तो आभार मानतो. तसेच रिजनल ऑफिसच्या सर्व डेप्युटी मॅडम यांचा पण मी मनापासून आभार मानतो. तसेच आपले आदरणीय प्राचार्य मला सर यांचं पण मी मनापासून आभार मानतो. आपल्या विभागाच्या प्रमुख श्री ज्योती मॅडम यांचं पण मी मनापासून आभार मानतो. इथं उपस्थित सर्व विभाग प्रमुख गुप्ता सर आहेत, मॅडम आहेत व इतर सिनियर प्राध्यापक मंडळी आहेत, सीओई डॉक्टर पडकल सर आहेत, या सर्वांचं मी इथं उपस्थित राहिल्याबद्दल त्यांचा आभार मानतो. तसेच या कार्यक्रमाकरता ज्या सर्व कमिट्या आहेत, जसं स्टुडंट कमिटी एक मोठा टास्क असतो, त्या स्टुडंट कमिटीचे जे मेंबर्स आहेत मिसेस वाणी सरस्वती, मिसेस रचिता मॅडम भारतीय विद्यापीठ, मिसेस ज्योती नाईक पॉलिटेक्निक मुंबई ठाणे, तसेच ज्या सर्वांनी या कार्यक्रमात या ऑपरेशनचा तास लागवलेला वेळ दिला आहे त्याबद्दल तुमचे मी आभार मानतो. तसंच हा कार्यक्रम यशस्वी करण्याकरता जी सर्व ऑर्गनायझिंग कमिटी आहे प्रत्यक्षपणे तर त्यांचे सर्वांचे मी आभार मानतो. वेळेवर थोडंसं सर्वांचे मी नाव देत नाही आणि सर्वात महत्त्वाचं म्हणजे आपली विद्यार्थी सर्व उपस्थित आहेत, त्यांनी त्या उपस्थिती दर्शवली आणि मार्गदर्शन करते. 2 शब्द आपल्याला मिळाले त्याचं पुढे बरोबरच ते चीज करील असं मला वाटतं. त्याबद्दल त्यांचेही धन्यवाद आभार. प्रदर्शन कार्यक्रम संपलेला आहे असं निश्चित करतो आणि अध्यक्षांच्या परवानगीने सुद्धा हा कार्यक्रम संपला आहे घोषित करतो. परंतु खरी सांगता की राष्ट्रगीताने होईल तरी सर्वांनी राष्ट्रगीतासाठी
मीट चालू आहे बुकिंग घेतला का
बीट चालू होते स्ट्रीमिंगमध्ये ठेवायचे बीटला माईक घ्यायला गेलं ना कुठून घेतात
मीटचा माईक आहे सर
बीटला माईक चालू कुठला माईक होता मोबाईल डिफॉल्ट होता
डिफॉल्टचं मला बोलायला गेलं तर चालेल तो आवाज आहे तो बोलू तर हा आवाज
हो सर ते वायफायची
क्वालिटी
सध्याचं चालू आहे
आता आपली क्वालिटी कमी झाली ह्याला क्वालिटी करू नाही बँडविड्थ वाढवून हॅलो ब्रेक करायला
Hello, in 5 minutes. Hello. Hello. In 5 minutes, we are starting the competition. Hello. Am I audible? Hello. Hello. In 5 minutes, we are starting the title competition, and we are displaying the schedule on the Google Meet, as well as on the WhatsApp group which we have formed. So one by one, we will be calling the groups for the presentation. So all the best for the students. Thank you. Thank you. मुलांना
हॅलो
चालू करून द्या कॉम्पिटिशन कारण संध्याकाळपर्यंत वेळ आहे जास्त
हॅलो हॅलो हॅलो
आणि व्हिडिओ कोणता
हॅलो.
येतं व्हिडिओ हा येतं इथून नाही येत ना आणि तिथे कधी दिसेल रे तिथे रिले करायला
तिकडे कसं करायचं फोन करायचं
हां सांगा कनेक्ट व्हायला मग इकडे तयार आहे चालू करता पाहिजे हॅलो गुड आफ्टरनून एव्हरीबडी
सर
मग तिथे दिसत नाही ना
The saltwater battery is under research, and the lithium ion batteries and the lead acid batteries are in current use, through which the lithium ion batteries are the most efficient for current scenario, but due to its cost value, we are not using it very much. But if we go for the lead acid battery, its cost is very low, and its lifespan is overall same for as compared to lithium ion battery, and we can be those can be obtained easily. In our project, we have used a 12 volt two batteries. Both are of lead acid, 12 volts, 150 ampere hour capacity, C20 type. Now, in that 150 hours has been 150 hour ampere hour batteries are connected in parallel to get a total output of 300 or ampere hour. In batteries, there is another, the C20 type. What is C20 is, C20 means we can use the battery for 20 hours without getting the voltage less than 10.5 volts at 85 degrees Fahrenheit. Then the locations, in locations for the location of the battery, we should install the batteries in the around 10 meters of area from the photovoltaic structure which is installed. Then the location of the panels. Now the panel location depends on the latitude and longitude of our premises. So depending on that latitude and longitude, our structure as well as efficiency of our panels will be varying. Then comes the structure part. Now the structure is structure which is depending on the latitude and longitude. We have installed our structure in our premises at an angle of 20 degrees, which is most suitable in our premises, or we can say for the Mumbai region. It is mostly suitable because because the sun goes from around 24 degrees to almost 17 degrees in three different stages, or we can say the climate, when the climate changes, the degree of angle at which the sun is from our ground plane changes. That's why we installed it at a 20 degrees of angle, so that it can be, most of the time it can be perpendicular to the sun, and maximum energy from the sun can be utilized. Also in the structure, we have two different types of structure. One is the standard structure, which is fixed at one steady angle, and the another one is the solar tracking system, in which the panels continuously track the sun from east to west and north to south, depending on the sun's position, so that it can be completely at any stage, at any time of of time, at any point of the time, it will be perpendicular to the sun. The next is a simple block diagram for our conversion, for the flow of energy which takes place, which is when uh, the we take in the inverter, we take solar system input, and we convert it to DC to we input it to DC converter, which stabilizes the output of the solar voltage, because the voltage which we get from the PV cells or PV panels or the solar panels is not always steady. So we have to make it stable, so we use a DC to DC converter which makes it steady. Then we transfer that steady voltage to a DC to AC converter, which is basically a inverter, and then through inverter we give it to the output load. Also, we transfer that DC to DC converted stable voltage, DC voltage, to a battery, which charges the battery. And if the photovoltaic panels are not there, or in the night time when the solar energy is not available, that time the battery can be used as a backup for the load operation of the load. And the third is our mains grid, which is also connected to the inverter at the DC to AC converter part. In that, we also stabilize the AC voltage, and then we give it to load. So in case both of these mains and the solar system is not available, the complete system will run on the battery. And run on the battery, and if the mains is there, the total supply, the total system or the load will work on the main system. And if all the three are there, so depending on our load condition or the output of our input of our main solar, we decide, the inverter decides on which system we have to run the load. Then comes the flow chart as we seen in the block diagram. The same is given here in the flow chart. The load will be running on the battery. Then if the PV system is off and grid is on, the load will run on grid and the charging of the battery will be done on the grid system. If PV system is on and grid is off, the charging will be done on the PV system and the load will run on battery as well as PV system. Why? Because as we already seen, the voltage or the power output of the solar system is mostly irregular because of the changes in climate or cloudy conditions occurs. That's why we use the combination of battery and PV system. And the third one is when the grid is also on and the PV system is also on. So in that condition, the load is working on the grid and the charging is done on the PV. That yearly load consumption, average load consumption, we do our next energy audit, and through that we decide how much capacity of solar system we have to install. Then the grid connected or off grid or hybrid connection. In the solar system we have three different types. One is grid connected. In grid connected, we receive energy from grids also, and the solar system energy is transferred directly to the grid without being used for the internal household loads. The second is off grid. In off grid, we completely remove the grid supply from the. Yes sir. Yes sir. Okay sir. Yes, sir. So the next, so the last two parts are the maintenance part and the warranty part. In maintenance, we have to maintain, the maintenance must be done for weekly or monthly basis, depending on the location. If the location is highly dusty, then we have to do weekly maintenance. And if the dust region is not so dusty or less pollution is there, we can do it on the monthly basis. Then the warranty, mostly the PV systems have the 90 stays as much as to 25 years of the same energy output. After that, the energy of the panels reduces gradually by year. And this is the photo of our installed PV system at the college premises. Thank you, sir.
Mayur, hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
My voice is audible to you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Clearly.
Mayur, can you tell me whatever the system you have installed in your
Yes,
college,
sir.
that is 1 kVA, if I'm not wrong,
Yes.
as you mentioned in your presentation.
No, sir. It is not 1 kVA. It is 1 kilowatt. 1 kilowatt DC in DC terms. The
What is the
inverter
inverter
which we,
capacity?
that's 1 kVA.
What is the,
Why we are saying 1 kilowatt is if we convert it that 1 kilowatt into AC power, we get it of approximately around 700 to 600 kVA, that way. Because in DC we do not consider cos phi.
first, listen to me. My question. My question is,
Yes, sir.
uh, you are install whatever you have installed right now. That is 1
Yes,
kVA
sir.
capacity of your inverter. Your what? How much power you are getting for whole day? Like, if I'm
Uh,
counting in terms of units, just
yes, sir.
hold on. Just
Yes,
hold
sir.
on. Try
Yes, sir.
to try to understand my question first.
Okay, sir.
Then you speak. Uh, if you have installed 1 kVA or 1 kilowatt in, like you have
Yes,
said,
sir.
and install capacity of your solar system, then how much units you are going to get on an average through the
Yes, sir.
year for one
Yes,
day?
sir.
Have you calculated that?
Yes, sir. Actually, we have calculated and currently we have tested for 1 month. So, for a 1 month basis, we are getting an output, average output of 3 units per day. current
3 units,
at the current usage, because we have. Yes sir.
3 units a day, right?
Yes sir.
How you have calculated?
So we currently the in the inverter we can see how much energy is being generated or consumed, or the
Okay.
at how much time it has been installed. So we took that amount and we divided by the days which are been there, which at which day how many days we have installed it currently. So on that basis we are getting an total output of 3 units per day, or 3.5 kilo, 3.2 most exactly 3.2 kilowatts per day energy is being generated.
If I want to connect this system to the grid, you are
Yes
using
sir.
this system for yourself, right? For your
Yes
college
sir, currently it is off grid.
purpose.
Yes, only for. Yes sir.
If you want to use this particular system, or you have to upload this particular power to the grid, in that case, what extra arrangement you have to do? Like
Sir, for
I'm
that,
speaking about metering. Which meter
understood,
you are
sir.
going to
Sir,
install?
that is a bi-directional meter we have to use, in which the energy which is coming and the energy which is going through the photovoltaic cells to the grids, both is been calculated on the same time. So whatever energy is being generated, we can see that, and whatever energy we have consumed, we can get that also.
So, according to you, if it is you are going to install bidirectional meter,
Yes, sir.
then whatever the export quantity of your meter, it is going to match with your generation quantity of your solar.
Yes, sir. In current case, we can match it for the
No,
location which we have in.
no, it is not like
Sir,
that.
kya?
If try to understand my question first.
Hmm.
You have installed bidirectional
Sorry, sir.
meter.
Yes, sir.
You install bidirectional meter,
Yes, sir.
and then your there will be import and export ratings. If
Yes, sir.
generally whatever you are going to generate, that is an export. In that case, whatever the export units going to be there, which are going to
Okay, sir.
match with your
No, 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 no,
generation.
sir. No, sir. No, sir. Those will not match, because our generation is only for the daytime. So
No,
for
it's
the
not like
night
that.
time, whatever consumption will be.
It is not like that, Mayur. You just check it out with your system. Uh, it is not like that. Your generation units and your export units will be not same. Anyway, thanks. That's the only question from my side. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, Mayur.
Yes, sir.
Already, I have done with my questions. You can go ahead, sir.
Yes, sir. Just one question to Mayur. Mayur,
Yes, sir.
do you know
Yes, sir.
about that your on-grid system and off-grid system? As your project is of rooftop PV
Ye-
system, is it on-grid or off-grid?
yes, sir.
Just tell me
No,
difference
sir.
of
Currently,
on-grid and
we have.
off-grid.
Sir, in on-grid system, the whatever generated energy which we are generating is completely transferred to the grid, or the mains which is incoming. And in the off-grid system, we are the whole load. And in the off-grid system, the load which we are having is not connected to the grid system. It is only connected to the PV system or the solar system which is generating the energy. In the on-grid system, the load is connected to the mains, and not to the solar system or the PV rooftop PV system.
Okay. Next.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So I'm sharing the screen. So, very good afternoon to all the respected teachers and sir present over here in this meeting. Firstly, I'm really glad to get this golden opportunity to present this paper in front of you all. So myself Asma Sheikh with my co-presenter Daniel Sheikh. We are from MS Sabu Siddiq Polytechnic and we will be presenting the topic of smart grid. Sir, I really feel like first I would really like to tell that why I chose this topic as our hello. Sir, am I audible?
Yes, continue, please.
Yes, sir. Sir, I feel like smart grid is an core of our electrical engineering. We are studying it through many of the semesters, and it just not concludes electrical things, but with a fringe of automation, communication, and IT systems that can monitor power flows from point of generation to point of consumption. And that too, all the things would be shown to you in real time. It sounds really amazing. Like we are on the cusp of 4.0 revolution, and this smart grid is really going to be a game changer in this revolution. So let's start our topic, that is the smart grid. Next slide. So this all the contents we will be covering in throughout the presentation. Next slide. So, smart grid. A question comes in our mind that what is smart grid? Its name itself, we all know that we are having an electrical grid existing, and we are on the cusp of changing it into the smart grid. So maybe you have heard of the smart grid on the news or from your energy provider, but not everyone knows that what the grid is, let alone the smart grid. The grid, which refers to the electric grid, a network of transmission lines, substations, transformers, and more that delivers electricity from the power plant to our homes or businesses. It's what we plug into when you flip on your light switch or power up your computers. Our current electric grid was built in the 1980s. In the 1890s and improve upon as technology advanced through each decade. Today, it consists of more than 9,200 electric generating units with more than 1 million megawatts of generating capacity connected to 3 lakh miles of transmission lines. Although the electric grid is considered an engineering marvel, we are stretching its patchwork nature to its capacity. To move forward, we need a new kind of electric grid, one that is built from the bottom up to handle the groundswell of digital and computerized equipments and technology dependent on it, and one that can automate and manage increasing complexity and needs of electricity in the 21st century. After listening to all this, there's a question might be rising in your mind, like what's making it to switch from electrical grid to smart grid? In short, if we say the digital technology that allows us for two-way communication between the utility and its consumer, and the sensing along the transmission lines is uh, uh, is what makes the grid smart. Like the internet, the smart grid will consist of controls, computers, automation, and new technologies and equipment working together. But in this case, these technologies will work with the electrical grid to respond digitally to our quickly changing electric demand. Let's move on to the next slide. So in this slide, we are going to see what are the smart grid key technology areas. First point is integrated two-way communication. Of course, it is necessary to be there. Like it's make the smart grid a dynamic, interactive, and real-time infrastructure. An open architecture creates a plug-and-play environment that securely networks grid components and operator, enabling them to talk happening, all these things are happening in real time. Next is advanced component. As the topic is smart grid, smart itself refers to everything needs to be advanced one. So advanced component plays a very important and active role here in determining the electrical behavior of the grid, applying the latest research in materials, superconductivity, energy storage, power electronics, and microelectronics to produce higher power densities, greater and reliable with increase in power quality. Next point is advanced control methods. Advanced control methods monitors the power system components, enabling the rapid diagnosis and timely appropriate responses to any event. Additionally, they also support the market pricing, enhances the assets management, and efficients the operation. Next is sending and management. We all know that the management here it is very necessary. Fault has been occurred with the real time that yes at this time this fault has been occurred. This technologies enhances our power system measurements and facilities the transformation of this data into information to evaluate the health of the equipment, supports the advanced protected delaying, enable consumers choice and helps the relieve in congestion. Next is the improved interfaces and decisions. It will support and enable the grid operators and managers to make more accurate and timely decision at all levels of the grid, including the consumer level, while enabling more advanced operator training. And I would also like to add some points over here that a smart grid is not going to increase the pressure on utilities. Many of the people have a thing that as the world is getting increased and the new technologies are getting up in the world, it is creating a nuisance or it is making the pressure on the utilities. But no, it's a big no for such questions, because for utilities the job is going to remain the same: the exercise of responsive and responsible control with thoughtful adoption of the smart grid and the overlay of these new tools, techniques and technologies. The whole big picture gets clear over here. The utilities will be able to view and measure what's going on in the system more completely and more frequently than it is currently possible, which in turn will enable additional levels of control. Such control will allow utilities to better optimize the grid to support a number of public policies, from intermittent renewable integration to more dynamic interfaces with the customers. This will also offer the utilities to be more flexible and relative to how they use energy towards the greater social objectives of reducing the greenhouse gases and energy consumptions. So let's move on to the next slide. So need of smart grid. We all know that many why we need the smart grid, why we can't be cope up with our normal electrical grids which we are having right now. First point I would like to say is better facilitate the connection and operation of generator of all sizes. Of course, it will be a very big interconnection between the whole nation, not even the states. It is going to be between the whole nation. It's not like only the step up voltages will have their own grid and step down will have their own grid. It is going to be interconnected with different levels of generators and technologies. Next point is allow consumers to play a part in optimizing the operation of the system. First, here we all know that we get a better knowledge of our electricity consumption. Yes, that like we are knowing that how much we are consuming at what time. We can also identify the main points on which we should focus in order to lower our consumptions. Using smart grids allows us being the consumers to be in control our energy spending. For example, we become able to avoid the peak consumption hours to use or recharge their devices. As a result, through the use of more renewable energy like solar power and wind power, our bills amount drastically decreases. And one more thing, smart grids also support the decentralization of electricity production and to spread of photo. And we should really thankful to the photovoltaic panels that more and more consumers can now produce their own electricity, which is directly injected into the grid to their home. A huge advantage and newfound system reliability, especially beneficial if we have our own electric vehicles in our garage. Next is provides the consumers it provides the consumer with greater information and choice of supply. Of course, now when we are having the electric grid, we are not having that this facility, but when we will turn into a smart grid, we will have this facility. Like there will be many advantages for the energy suppliers. In fact, if they benefit from a greater knowledge of the specific usage of their customer, they become able to offer them more specific propositions too, a set of offers perfectly tailored to their customers needs and budget. In this context, smart grids are now emerging as a real competitive advantage, likely to enable energy suppliers to optimize their commercial offers in line with the information obtained by the real-time information system. Next slide. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Moving forward toward the smart grid can't be done without adopting a systems view. Utilities in search of a starting place need look no further than the smart grid maturity model. So the slide which you all can see now, this is the smart grid maturity model. The maturity model creates a roadmap of activities, investment, and best practices with the smart grid as its destination. Utilities using this
Asma?
model will be.
Asma?
Yes,
Hello?
sir. Yes, sir.
Your time is over. 10 minutes are over. Please conclude.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. Next slide. Last one. So here I would like to conclude that by using smart grid technology, energy can be utilized to the maximum and would not be wasted. So we being an Indians, we should keep this in mind that like how we all know that food, clothing, shelter is important. After that, the only thing comes which is important is the electricity. So we should know that it's important and without wasting it, we should optimize it. And with the smart grid, the losses will be minimum. So this technology also helps to save Earth from the global warming. We being the human beings also see to it that we are not just being greedy for ourselves and using the electricity like anything and harming our Mother Earth. So we should also reduce the global warming, and the smart grid is going to help out in this in reducing the global warming. It refers to modernized version of the earlier traditional method of energy supply. We all know that how we a normal thing. It's like how we update our mobiles in few years. We know that updates come in the same way. We are not going to change the whole thing, but we are going to make an update in our smart grid, in our electrical grid, which is going to turn out in smart grid. With this, I would like to conclude and thank everyone.
Okay, sir. Jury members, please, sir. उसके बाद sir,
Asma,
please. Any questions?
Yes, sir.
Hello. Asma, I would like to ask you one question. You are from Sabu Siddiq, right?
Yes, sir.
If suppose I want to implement smart grid in Sabu Siddiq, how you are going to implement?
Sir, your voice is not coming.
If I want to implement smart grid in your college, it's a small project of your college. How you are going to implement? What will be your components?
Sir, yes, this system is there in our college already. Photovoltaic cells are being there, in which our whole electrical lab is dependent on that cell only. And we have also arranged the smart meters in our college. So when the energy is being, we also give. We also have smart meters and the photovoltaic system in our college. and some sensors are also there.
According to you, if you have installed solar and a smart meter you have installed, in that case, that is enough for the smart grid.
No,
If
sir.
according to you, what is the definition of smart meter?
Sir, it is basically the fringe of automation, communication, and IT system.
How you are going to, if I give you 1 meter in your hand, how you are going to identify given meter is smart meter or not? Asma, have you
Sir, it
understood my
will.
question?
Yes, sir. Sir, it will give the real time data to me.
See, I told you, just listen to my question first. I ask you, if I handed you 1 meter in your hand,
Yes, sir.
physically, how you are going to identify this particular meter is a smart meter?
Sir, the old meters will not show us the real time data which we are consuming, and the smart meters will give us the real time data and different parameters.
That is true, but how you are going to physically identify what will be the difference between old meters and new meters physically? Anyway, that is another question. I will ask you one more question, which is directly related to your presentation.
Yes, sir.
For smart meter, which protocol we have to follow in power system? Smart grid, sorry, not smart meter, smart grid. For smart grid, which protocol you have to follow in power system? Your whole presentation about smart grid.
Yes,
So
sir.
there is a one protocol. And
Sir,
what is the use of this protocol?
yes, sir.
And what is the use of that protocol? Means why I'm asking about that particular protocol, which is going to help you for smart grid.
Sir, smart meters will have, it will transmit the data about our electricity consumption which we are consuming, and we will be able to know that what we are consuming and how much we are consuming. And if in case.
See, Asma, you are only talking about meter. I'm asking about grid.
Sir, smart grid will let us know now that yes, this much energy is being consumed and this much energy is left. If I want to give it to the grid, then I will be able to give it to the grid in smart grid.
How you are going to control that in smart grid?
Sir, smart grid will be interconnected to each other, so it will give the signals that yes, we can give.
Right now, we are not interconnected to each other.
So we are, but we are not at that cusp which we will be turning out.
Asma, right now, whatever the energy procurement or whatever the energy selling is going around over here, not only in India, not only in other nations, all over the world, how they are going to do that? Because if there is a not smart grid or nothing is there right now, then how they are doing it?
So right
Because
now,
after smart grid, according to you, after smart grid, it is going to happen, right? But right now, what is the difference in that case for today's technology and tomorrow's technology? Anyway, it's over for me. Sandeep sir, you can.
Yes, sir. Yes. I think Asma, you should just explain what is smart grid that you understood. The word smart grid.
sir, smart grid is basically we are having the existing electrical grid, but we are just updating our smart electrical grid into smart grid, which is going to help us in many things. Like we will the the main thing for this, I feel, which is very important, that the faults which are occurring at the substation and the tripping time of relays and everything will be shown to you at the real time, and we will be able to communicate with each other at that moment, and it will automatically be sensing the things and automatically reacting to that things.
How it is going to happen?
Yes, that's what my question. How it is happen? Actually, you are telling. Actually, Asma, you are telling the thing. You are not answering the exact the line that we want. Yes, Bharat sir, continue. Yes.
Actually, you missed one slide in your presentation. There was, but the components of your SCADA system. Sorry,
Yes,
components
sir,
of
I
your.
wanted to explain that,
But your time is over. But
yes, sir.
that you have to manage actually. That components, under that components, various components are present for the
Yes,
smart
sir.
grid, and they are not only giving the information, they are controlling also. So how they are going to control? So that's we expecting from you, that when you are going to speaking about smart grid, you have to explain that components first, and importance of that, and accordingly the what are the protocols being used in market, because we are expecting
Yes, sir.
what scenario was there, what is going on right now, and what will be there. So that 3 slides are sufficient for your presentation, if I'm not wrong. Other
Yes.
than explaining about only smart grid, phenomena, because that is important, that we required from your presentation, as well as what you are understanding about that. That's the thing.
So we will be
Thank you.
having many intelligent appliances also. Like we will be having the smart power meters and the superconducting cables, then integrated communicators, then that
See,
what PMU.
Asma, you are giving me only the names, right?
Yes,
What
sir.
mean by smart power meters? What mean by smart substations? What
So
is the
smart,
meaning of superconducting cable?
so smart
Superconducting
meters.
cable. Huh.
Yes, sir. It is a two-way communication between the power providers and we being the consumers to automate the billing, the data collection, and to
Are
detect
you
the device.
are you think that the today's meters are not smart meter?
Sir, they are, but they are not at that level.
It is not like that. For your kind information, uh, since last 2 years,
Yes, sir.
whatever the ST consumers in Maharashtra, there are 29,000 ST consumers in Maharashtra.
Yes,
Whatever
sir.
the communication is done between the meters and the utility, that is contactless. They are already smart meters. That's why I'm asking you how you are going to define the smart meter. That was my first question. Second thing is you are talking about smart substations. What going to be smart substation? What is the difference between smart substation and regular substation? Can you tell me?
Sir, like power status, power factor, performance, and the breaker
Everything.
security.
Whatever you are talking about, that is again related with meter. You
Achha.
talk about substations.
So
Again, you are going to
substations
you are
are.
diverting your topic to the meter section. Substation. Well, I'm just asking about substation. Speak about
So then
substations.
substations are like it is used to transform the voltage at several times in many locations. That to
You
provide.
know about SCADA?
Yes,
You know
sir.
about SCADA?
Yes, sir.
SCADA is an integral part of smart grid.
Sorry, sir.
That SCADA is an integral part of smart grid.
Yes, sir.
So SCADA basically implemented in substations, and that substations is converted to the smart substations, and then it is connected to the smart grid. Anyways,
Yes.
thanks a lot, Asma. Sandeep sir, if you have any questions, please go ahead.
No, sir, no. Asma, you just focus on what exactly the topic and going deep in your topic from next time.
Yes, sir. So Actually, I made the slide really too long and I
No,
spoke
no,
more
but
than 10.
explanation. First, you understood just listen the question properly, and then you answer it from next time. Okay. Okay. Anyway, next.
Okay, hello. Next candidate.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Mr. Gopal
Yes,
sir.
sir. Am I audible, sir? Now you may ask what is PLC and SCADA? Well, PLCs are programmable devices that can be used to control a wide range of processes in various industries such as manufacturing, automotive, energy, and transportation. They are designed to withstand harsh industrial environments. PLCs can be connected to various input and output devices such as switches, sensors, and it will transmit signals to control the operation of connected equipment. SCADA systems, on the other hand, are a software which is used to monitor and control industrial processes or systems. They collect real flexibility. Flexibility helps companies to adapt to changing market conditions and production requirements. Next slide. Now you may ask how do these PLCs work? We give the input, we get the output, but how does it understand? So understand? So we program it so that it works according to our conditions. We can use various programming environments to input the programming languages, structured text, function block diagram, instruction list, sequential function chart, and structured control languages. These programming languages are used to input what we want from the system to do. The programming is input. The microcontroller gets the input from the system. It does the job of understanding the program which we have input, and it does the job. Next slide. Next slide. Hello. Okay. So yeah, it was. Played. Okay, so what is SCADA? So SCADA is a software, right? We have to install it in our systems, PCs, monitors, and we have to connect it with the whole system. Basically, you can monitor and control everything from your PC. So it will require software. This software, SCADA software, will acquire data in. It is used for wide temperature control, pressure control, flow rates control. Secondly, it can monitor and control data with a graphical interface. This enables operators to quickly identify, respond to. It can log data and make charts of everything. We can visualize what changes are happening in the system. It gives alarms and notifications if there are any events of faults or critical issues which need quick response. So it will give you a notification. It provides security such as user authentication and authorization, data encryption, and network security measures. That way, no one unauthorized can access the sensitive data. Integrate the SCADA software with other systems such as ERP, MES to provide a complete view of data driven, which we will talk about this more in other slide. Next slide. Now you may ask, what is the architecture of SCADA? How does it work? So on the top level, we have the supervisory host who will supervise and control everything that is happening in the system. It typically runs on computer or a server in a software application which will monitor, control, and manage remote processes. Uh, then we have HMIs, which is human machine interface, which operates and interacts with the SCADA system, and it provides visual representations of real data such as process parameters, alarms, and events, and allows the operator to monitor and control remote processes. Field devices. Field devices are responsible for interfacing with the remote processes. These can include PLCs, RTUs, sensors, actuators, and other devices that collect data or control commands, these are present in the field where actual processes are happening. Now you will need communication networks to transmit data supervisory host, which is the operator sitting in his office, and the field devices which are there in the factory. These can include wired or wireless networks such as Ethernet, serial radio, or cellular networks, depending on the distance and location of the remote processes. Then we have data storage and management. Of course, you're doing a whole process, you'll need to store the data somewhere. So SCADA systems typically include databases or data storage system for storing historical data, configuration settings, and other system information. These databases allow for data logging, trend analysis, and reporting. They can be integrated with other enterprise systems for data sharing and analysis purposes. Security. SCADA systems require robust security measures to protect against unauthorized access. As I said earlier, it will provide security, redundancy, and fault tolerance. SCADA systems may incorporate redundancy and fault tolerance mechanisms to ensure high availability and reliability. This may include redundant servers, backup power supplies, and redundant communication links. In case something goes wrong, there's a power failure, you'll have a backup to tolerate the fault. There will be no redundancies. Next slide. Next slide. Now you can integrate this system with other systems. As I said earlier, there's MES, manufacturing execution systems, ERP, enterprise resource planning, and CMMS, which is computerized maintenance management system. It will provide a comprehensive. Okay, skip to the conclusion part. In summary, I would like to say there's a lot of scope of PLC and SCADA in automation. There will be a lot of future trends. We can integrate it with IoT and Industry 4.0. There will be artificial intelligence and machine learning can be incorporated with PLC and SCADA, cyber security, and cloud-based SCADA. This will all help in developing it more to help with the industry processes. The scope of PLC and SCADA systems is vast, a range of industries such as manufacturing, energy, transportation, and building automation. PLCs and SCADA systems have evolved over the years to include technologies such as IoT, cloud computing, and artificial intelligence, which will offer new opportunities for automation and control. Thank you for your time and patience. We are glad to have this opportunity of being a part of this competition.
Urja?
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Urja, what is the difference between RTU and FRTU?
What, sir?
What
So
is the
come
difference
again.
between RTU and FRTU?
So I can't really hear you properly.
What is the difference between RTU and FRTU?
So I'm not really aware of that.
Because it is a part of you. You have speak. There is one present.
SCADA
There is
system. Yeah,
a
sir.
slide.
Yes, sir.
RTU. You mentioned about RTU, right? So what is RTU and what is a
Yeah,
FRTU?
sir.
Anyway, If you don't know about that, give me one simple thing. If suppose there is a circuit breaker is there, you want to take a signal
Yes,
of
sir.
circuit breaker on and circuit breaker off. How you going to take the signal from that for your SCADA?
So we'll integrate with the PLC. We'll
How?
give the output of a circuit breaker to the input of PLC, and the output of PLC will go to the SCADA software. So
I don't.
therefore,
I haven't asked you about
whenever
the
there's
block
whenever
diagram. I haven't asked you about the block diagram. I'm just asking you about how you are going to fetch it from the circuit breaker. How you are going to come to know whether breaker
how
is
you're
on or
going to
breaker is on? How you are going to come to know breaker is on or breaker is off on your screen?
yeah, it will be there in the software. The
Okay.
symbol of
Uh,
circuit breaker
for
will
SCADA, for
show
SCADA,
whether it is on or off.
for SCADA in power system,
Yes, sir.
you are in electrical engineering, right? So tell me, in SCADA in power system, if I want to implement in power system, which protocol we have to follow?
Protocol.
Hmm.
So
Okay.
what kind of protocol? A
Urja
safety
protocol, it is a
protocol you're
communication
talking about.
protocol. There are only communication protocol. When we are talking about communication, there is a communication protocol. Because if even though it is a smart grid or any SCADA system or anything, there is a communication protocol. Which communication protocol you want to follow for power system? Anyway, thank you, sir.
Sir, I
Thank you,
don't
Urja.
know that, sir.
Okay, not an issue.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Urja. Just explain me the working of RTU, remote terminal unit. Just functioning and working of RTU. Do you know RTU?
No, sir, I didn't
Hello.
study. No, sir, I didn't study in depth about the RTU.
But your topic is scope of PLC and SCADA in automation, and RTU is the main component or main device of this automation. So you should know about this, no? Chalo, anyway, next.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yes, yes.
Yes, just give me a minute. So is my screen visible?
Yes, yes, yes.
So good afternoon, everyone. So we are from within Polytechnic Thane. So today, me and my classmate Kalpesh Save are going to present our topic on hydrogen fuel cell vehicles. So these are the list of contents which we are going to explain to you today. So first, what is hydrogen fuel cells? So like electric vehicles are referred as EVs. So and that are the future mobility. So the hydrogen fuel cell vehicles are similar to electric vehicles where energy is stored as hydrogen and is converted into electricity by the fuel cell. Unlike conventional internal combustion engine vehicles, these vehicles produce no harmful emissions. So, similar to conventional internal combustion vehicles, they can fuel in less than 4 minutes and have a driving range over 300 miles. So, what is hydrogen fuel cells? So hydrogen fuels, the fuel cell is a electrochemical cell that converts the chemical energy to the fuel into electricity through a pair of redox reaction. Fuel cells are different from most batteries in requiring a continuous source of fuel and oxygen, which comes from the air. So there are three main components. a fuel and oxidation and the electrolyte. Uh, next. So, what is hydrogen fuel cell? What is it, and how does it work? So, hydrogen fuel cells are similar to electric cars, as I said. In as I said before, both use an electric motor for propulsion instead of an internal combustion engine. But the similarities end here because an EV needs an external power source to recharge the battery. In contrast, a hydrogen power vehicles can generate electricity on board with the help of fuel cell. Now you may ask, where is hydrogen stored in the vehicle? Like petrol or diesel, one can refill hydrogen and it is stored in vehicle pressure tank. The vehicle's fuel cell utilizes hydrogen to produce electricity to produce the electric motor. Hydrogen cars also can also onboard battery to store electricity produced by a fuel cell. This is the layout of hydrogen fuel vehicles where motor is used, power electronic converter, fuel cell stack, hydrogen reformer, and hydrogen cylinders are used. Also the battery pack. So these are the main parts of the hydrogen fuel cell vehicles. So the first is battery, which is auxiliary battery. So in the electric drive vehicles, the low battery auxiliary battery provides electricity to start the car before the traction batteries engage. Next is battery pack. This high voltage battery stores energy generated from regenerative braking and provides supplemental power to electric traction motor. Next is DC to DC converter. This device converts high voltage DC power from the traction battery pack to lower voltage DC power needed to run vehicles, accessories, and recharge the auxiliary battery. Next is fuel cells stack. So it is an assembly of individual membranes of electrodes like that uses hydrogen and oxygen to produce the electricity. Next is fuel filler, a nozzle from a fuel dispenser attached to the receptacle on the vehicles to fill the tank. Next is fuel tank. So it stores the hydrogen gas on board the vehicles until it's needed by the fuel cell. Next is power electronic controller, which we can call FCEV. So this unit manages to flow of electrical energy delivered by the fuel cell and traction battery, controlling the speed of the electric traction motor and torque it produces. So next is thermal system. Like this system, it maintains the proper operating temperature range of fuel cell, electric motors, power electronics, and other components. It basically provides cooling. So the last is transmission. So the transmission transfers the mechanical power from the electric traction motor to drive the vehicle. So for next slide, I would like to call my classmate Kalpesh Narve.
Yes. So good afternoon, everyone. So next is the advantages of hydrofuel vehicles. So first is the emission free. Hydrogen fuel cell engine produce zero emission. Only water vapor is released by as a byproduct. Next is the high energy density. Hydrogen has a high energy density, which means it can store a lot of energy in a small volume. Next is the renewable. Hydrogen can be produced from renewable energy sources such as wind, solar, hydropower, making it a clean and sustainable energy source. Next is the quick refueling. Refueling a hydrogen fuel cell vehicle takes about the same time as refueling a gasoline vehicle and extremely lower than battery electric vehicle. Next is a long range. It can be travel longer distance of on a single tank of fuel compared to battery electric vehicles. Next is a high efficiency. It has a high efficiency, which means they can convert more of the energy stored in the fuel into useful work. Next is a cold weather performance. Hydrogen fuel cell vehicle operates well in a cold weather condition, unlike a battery electric vehicle, which can lose range in extreme temperature. Now, there are some drawbacks of the hydrogen fuel vehicles. So, first is a high cost. Currently, the cost of producing and storing hydrogen is relatively high, making hydrogen cell fuel vehicle more expensive than gasoline or battery electric vehicles. Next is the limited infrastructures. There are currently limited infrastructure for hydrogen refueling stations, making it difficult to travel long distance in hydrogen fuel cell vehicle. Next is the limited availability. Hydrogen is not widely available in some
region, and countries. Next is the limited vehicle availability. There are only a few models of hydrogen fuel cell vehicle currently available on the market. Now, next is the technical challenges. Hydrogen fuel cell technology is still in the earliest stage of development, and there are still technical challenges that need to be overcome. Now, next is their comparison between electric vehicle and hydrogen fuel vehicle. So, first, both have the electric motors. In hydrogen fuel, there are hydrogen fuel tank for energy storage, and in electric vehicle, there are battery pack. Next is the driving range of hydrogen fuel cell car is higher and electric vehicle is lower range. Availability of refueling station for hydrogen fuel is low due to lack of refueling station, and for electric vehicle high due to easy availability of charging station. Price of the hydraulic hydrogen fuel vehicle is expensive and the EV is affordable than the fuel cell cars. Now next is a next slide. Now, next is a hydrogen fuel cell vehicle in India. Currently, there are no hydrogen fuel cell cars on sale in India. Compared to electric vehicle technology, fuel cell vehicle have a long road ahead, and somehow some car manufacturing industry are working on these cars. And it will be interesting to see hydrogen fuel car sales price in India compared to electric cars. Next. Now these are the some hydrogen fuel vehicle launched by some companies like Toyota, Honda, Tata, Ford, etc. Next, these are the sites we refer to collect the informations. Thank you.
Kalpesh,
Yes, sir.
what are the components of hydrogen fuel cells?
Sorry, sir.
What are the components? What are the components of hydrogen fuel cells?
Sir, like batteries, fuel cells, we use in this.
Sorry.
So it has two electrodes, the negative electrode anode and positive electrode cathode. Fuel cell about.
Bus. That's it.
No, sir.
So like
Why
anode cathode.
production? Why production in India is not there in about why we are lagging behind?
So
So it
there
has
is a
many
lack of
disadvantages. There's many drawbacks. Uh, Also, it is not beneficial right now compared to EVs.
Have you
lack
know
of
about
infrastructure.
India? Have you know about India's green hydrogen mission?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
Means less pollution through vehicles and all.
I am talking about India's green hydrogen mission.
Hydrogen.
So it is
Okay.
making
Hi.
India the leading producer of supply green hydrogen in the world.
Which companies are came forward for that?
Hello. Hello.
Yes.
Okay. A very pleasant and cordial good afternoon to respected jury panel, all the teachers and my fellow friends present over here. I am Master Soham Kadam from BVIT DYE, gonna present on the topic electrical vehicle charging infrastructure. Here are the contents of the slides that I have prepared. Moving on to the first one is introduction. First, the question arises, what is EV? EV, e-vehicle or electrical vehicle, commonly known in today's era of globalization, is the most crucial part of everyone's life, and hence it is considered as a boon for the human life. Now, getting familiar with the term that what actually EV is. We all know that from many years from the past, we have been using vehicles for means of transport, and in this, there was one invention of electrical vehicle. Electrical vehicle is completely based upon the working of electricity. That is, it requires electricity for its functioning, motion, etc. Now, coming to the point of the EVSC, that is electrical vehicle supply equipment. The electrical vehicle supply equipment, it is nothing but another name given to the electrical for the electrical vehicle charging infrastructure. The key components, that is the components that are being used over here, are firstly, the electricity is brought up from the utility grid or from the companies who are in the business of selling of the electricity. And from there, as the power is AC, then it has been converted into the DC power for the vehicle with the use of a converter that is known as rectifier. And after that, from that utility, the electricity or the power is being supplied to the EVSC, and from the EVSC, it is being transferred to the electrical vehicles. The next point that I will be talking about is background of electrical vehicles. The first EV to be made debut is around 1890. Then the question arises, if the EV was introduced so earlier, then why did it take so much long time to run on the streets? The main answer is there were no electrical charging infrastructure at that time, because it was a very new concept, and for a new concept there were no amenities or no technology for the setting up the charging station infrastructure. As we know that the charging infrastructure is also a new method in today's era. And therefore, at that time, in the late 1800s, it was not possible to set up so. Therefore, this is the reason that the EVs were introduced so late, despite of its invention very early. The next point is guidelines for setting up charging station. The government of India, talking about the Indian democracy, the government of India has given freedom of setting up the charging station to the person individually or by forming a group. He or she can set up a charging station at his residential home or at commercial level also. No specific license is required for this purpose. And hence, also, government is also promoting for the setting of the infrastructure of the EV charging. For this, subsidies been also organized by the government of India for helping people to generate employment also and rapidly increasing the growth of the nation too. Next point is smart charging station. Seems interesting, right? Smart charging station means the entire infrastructure of the EV charging is being controlled through a cloud-based software. The cloud-based software is being linked with the station or the utility from where the electricity is being fed to the electrical vehicles. And when the electrical vehicles comes in contact with the infrastructure of the charging station, then a signal is being sent towards the utility grid or the company who has been supplying the electricity. And accordingly, through automatic operation, the charging of the battery is being done. Also, as the setup is fully automatic, therefore, there is a very less chances of accident and hence injuries and also manpower is avoided, and thus it is also increasing the efficiency of the utility grid or the charging station. The next point that to cover is battery specifications of different EV segments. The type of charger required for all the vehicles is different. The chargers are considered into three types. The first charger is type 1, type 2, and type 3 charger. For type 1 charger, the required rated voltage is around 120 volts. And for type 2, it is about single phase 230 volts. And for the third type, that is, it is also known as DC fast charger, it is around more than 440 volts. That is 3-phase supply. In this way, similar way as we can see on the chart, the first one, that is the scooter or the bike, is having a battery capacity of 1.2 to 3.3 kilowatt and battery voltage of 48 to 72 volts. Now, the question arises that how much time it requires for getting the battery fully charged. There is one formula for calculating so. For example, if a vehicle is having a battery capacity of somewhat 26 to 30 kV, 30 kW, then and the power station, that is the supply system, is having a power input of 6.6 kW, then there is a formula for calculating it. The time required, kWh, that is the battery capacity, upon kW, that is the power input given for the charging system. And hence, if we calculate the value so, then we can get the estimate numerical or estimate rough figure that the time required is somewhat 6 to 8 hours. Similarly, taking the care of the DC charging system, that is fast DC charging system, it takes somewhat 40 to 60 minutes for charging. Also, more advanced chargers have been also introduced, but they are for type 3 vehicle, that is bigger vehicles. The next point is nearby charging station. In this image, it is the image of the Grand Central or Seawood station. That is, it is a place near the Seawood. In the parking of that mall, they have made arrangement of the charging infrastructure. That is, the vehicles which are coming to the parking area can get charged with the help of the charging station, which is over here. The next that I will talk the infrastructure. In India, at national level, state level, and at regional level also, many agencies and companies are working for betterment of the nation by setting up the infrastructure. Some of the companies include Tata Power, Ether, Charge Zone, etc. And also, nodal state level agencies such as MSEDCL, that is Maharashtra State Electricity Distribution Commission Limited, it is also working for setting up the charging stations in the state of Maharashtra as soon as possible. The next point I will be talking about is requirement of charging station. At present times, there are 5,254 charging stations presently in the India. And the government is also aiming to install 46,397 charging stations by 2030 by looking at the need of the charging station, because according to a research of 2022, it has been seen that more than 60% of the population in the whole world is opting for the EV services. And hence, looking at this need, it is a must that every city must have a charging station at a few kilometers distance. The next point I will be talking about is total capital cost. As compared to the traditional fuel pumps, that is petrol pumps, etc., EV charging station is extremely inexpensive. That is, it is very much cheap. Whereas in the fuel pumps, it requires a total capital cost of more than 1 to 2 crores. Whereas it is not the case with the EV charging station. It requires the cost of almost 1 lakh to 45 lakhs. In 1 lakh, the question arises that how should it be very cheap? Because the amount is minimal, because it is also been distributed according to the area and the space required. That is, it can be residential, commercial area also. Because at residential area, it is not possible for setting up high power charging station, and hence the cost is also reduced. Next point I will be talking about is advantages. The prime advantage is that it is very cheap, as we have mentioned before, and hence it is also very friendly to the pocket of the consumers. Next point is that it requires very less space, because it is not possible for a petrol pump to be established at our households. Okay, sir. Next are the challenges faced, that is the fire hazards, and the lifespan is just of 10 years because it is a new technology. At last, I would like to conclude my presentation by saying that it is that the electrical vehicle charging infrastructure is the future and the need of today, because it is the need that every man deserves. So at last, I would like to conclude by saying that like bow and arrow are to an archer, so is to the world EV charging infrastructure. Thank you.
Hello,
Yes, sir.
Soham. Do you know about the wireless charging technique?
Yes, sir.
For electric vehicles?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Please explain.
Sir, wireless charging methods are of two types as per today's. They are static method and dynamic method. In the static method, the vehicles are usually charged as the regular ones. The chargers are been fitted under the ground, and when the vehicles are coming over the charging point which has been set up, the vehicles are provided with a sensor, and when the sensor has been detected, then the charging take place. And this was for the static mode. And for dynamic mode, it is that the roads which have been constructed, under the roads there are the chargers been established. So as the vehicle is in the motion, it gets charged because of the motion, as the entire road is filled with the batteries.
Som?
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Have you know about per kilometer? What will be the in terms of money? What I have to spend if I use EV vehicle?
Sir, as per in India, taking example of Delhi, Delhi is charging rupees 3 per units of the electrical vehicles. That means for charging electrical vehicles, minimum 25 to 30 units are required. And so the multiplying factor becomes 3 into 25 or 30. So in like that way, we can calculate the cost.
No, I am talking about per kilometer. Like, suppose I am going for 10 kilometers. My normal vehicle will charge me 60 rupees or 70 rupees, like that. If it is a diesel one, then if I'm going for 10 kilometers by EV, say suppose EV vehicle. So how much it will cost me?
Sir,
Approximately, I'm not talking.
actually, I'm not aware of the kilometers. I have read in the miles. So it is something for the vehicle. If it is traveling of 16 miles, then 1 mile, then it will be charged upon 12 to 16 rupees per mile. And so, talking about this, the price for the charging of the whole electrical vehicle is somewhere around 200 to 400 rupees, which is cheaper than as compared to the fuel vehicles. Hello, sir, you are not audible.
It is less than 1 rupees per kilometer. If it is EV
No,
vehicle, we are
no.
charging
For
at,
1 mile,
if we are charging at our home, and if we are charging at a fast DC charger, then that cost is going up again. That is not more than 2 rupees per kilometer. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
No, sir, from my side, there is no question. Thank you.
Hello, sir. Can I visible in my screen? Sir, they are visible. Sir, visible in slide. Stay. Sir, visible my slide. Hello, sir. Audible, sir. Hello. Can you speak to me? Sir? Hello. Hello. Sir, visible my slide. Hello. Sir, visible my slide? Hello? Hello?
Ashish, your slide is not visible. You just connect your slide properly. There is a sharing option on the screen. Just share your screen on that.
Hello, sir. Visible my slide, sir?
No, it's not visible.
1 minute,
Not
sir.
visible.
I'll check. 1 minute, sir. Sir, visible my
Okay,
slide?
now it's visible. Now it's visible. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, respected sir. We are RSIT from studying TY Electrical Department. Today we are representing project name is Electric Vehicle Charging Infrastructure and submitted by Ashish Anil Jadhav and me. So we are talking about electric vehicles attract buyers with benefit including energy efficiency and environmental friendliness. Electrical vehicles uses grows more public spaces when installing electric vehicle charging stations. There are three major features affecting widespread adoption of electric vehicles. First is high prices, second is short operational range, and third is lack of charging infrastructure. First is high prices. High prices is EV car. First of all, EV batteries is lithium ion is made on current situation. India is purchasing other countries. So other countries imported in India. For example, China. EV car India has that because EV car has India highly priced. So EV car price is reduced. So I'll first is uh, Chile, Bolivia, Congo, and Australia. Their countries lithium ion mine purchase in India and are considering. Second point is short operational range. Niti Aayog reported it is projected that from exiting 2000 charging stations in March 2021, India will need at least 4 lakh charging stations by 2026 to meet accessibility requirement of charging stations at every 3 kilometers in city and 25 kilometers on both sides of highways. And very important point is EV charging stations infrastructures are built in rural area to center of big cities with maintenance services. So next point is advantages. Environmental friendliness as they do not emit pollutants. Lower maintenance do not efficient electric motors, better performance, zero tailpipe emissions, which reduce air pollution. Driving electric car is smoother, and disadvantage is next point. Electric car can be expensive. So electric car are less preferred by people because they are expensive. So next point is objective to faster adoption of electric vehicle in India by ensuring safe, reliable, accessible, and affordable charging infrastructure and ecosystem to prevent the environment from air and noise pollution by the use of EV, to promote affordable tariff chargeable from EV owners and charging station operators, to encourage preparedness of electrical distribution system to adopt EV charging infrastructure. So next point is India phase manner. EV charging is a station India are mainly installed in cities Chennai, Bangalore, Hyderabad, Surat, Delhi, and Mumbai. So, however, considering the need for EV vehicle in the country, the government plans to set up charging stations across the country. So, one of the one more future scope in a EV stations for wind turbine in future wind turbine generating electricity. In future, wind turbine should be used to provide electricity for charging stations. It will be widely used in remote areas. So wind turbine converter. So wind turbine converter is DC. So DC converter is PV battery AC or DC. Convert is battery. So are charging stations are EV. So next point is people are now switching to electric vehicles due to rising fuel prices. This means there will be a huge increase in the demand for electric vehicle charging stations. Tata Steel Nest has taken the lead in introducing a modular EV charging station called Charge Nest. And about Charge Nest is a strong, durable electric vehicle charging station designed for commercial and personal purposes. The entire structure is made of FRP material and steel. FRP material full form is fiber reinforced polymers. And, and case study is school with parking places. School with parking places. So and temple with parking places. Government offices with parking places. First point is explain school with parking places. Schools with parking lots, especially solar parking lots, where EV can recharge are the best case scenario. SPL, EV vehicle solar parking lot is perfect for schools as parents for students can recharge their EVs while coming to school for any engagement. And second is temple with parking lots. Temples are best location for installing public electric vehicle charging stations since this is one of the public places with good spaces. Some of the appropriate places for setting up EV charging stations Lakshmi Narayan Bari Mandir, Jagannath Mandir, ISKCON Bari, Durga Bari temple. They are temples. And next point is hotel with parking places. Hotel with parking places are better place to install public charging. Not visual visit place, but hotel staff and general public can be also come to come to hotel seasons. In electric vehicle public charging stations, some are of the suitable places in their site. And next point is my conclusion. Large-scale penetration of EVs requirement deployment of charging infrastructure. The development of EV is an important way to improve transportation, energy security, and low carbon economy. More charging stations will be built in, especially in central areas of cities. And home and office charging are the dominant infrastructure must also keep pace with the current large-scale introduction of electric vehicles. So references giving in display. Thank you. Thank you.
What are the differences between level 1, level 2, and level 3 charger stations? Ashish? Hello?
Hello, sir.
What is the difference between level 1, level 2, level 3 charging stations?
Charging stations. Level is reducing charging stations, sir. And level 2 is highly charging stations. So both they are different.
And what about level 3?
Sorry, sir. Not hearing proper.
What about level 3?
And Hello, hello, sir. Can I audible? Audible, sir. Hello.
Yes, you are audible.
So level 3 is a DC fast
Sandeep
charging.
sir,
Level 3.
Sandeep sir, you can go ahead. Hello.
Hello.
What is the common point between level 1 and level 2?
Yes, this simplest form of charging uses a 120-volt AC connection to standard residential electrical outlet capable of supplying 50 to 20 amperes of current for a power draw usually around 1.4 kW when
Don't
charging.
just read the statements. Don't just read the statements. I just want a one simple word. Like what is the difference between level? What is the similarity between level 1, level 2? What is the difference between level 1, level 2, level 3? What you are talking about is how it is working and all. I'm not interested in that.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Anyway, next presentation, please.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Hello, sir.
Your voice is not audible. Your screen is okay. It is there.
Okay, sir.
You can go ahead.
Hello, sir. Sir, my voice is clearly audible.
Yes, it is audible now. You just share your screen now.
Okay, sir. Sir, good afternoon, sir. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to the today's technical paper presentation. My name is Shwet Kumar Tendulkar, along with my dear friend Saurabh Rane. We are from Government Polytechnic Malvan, currently pursuing diploma in electrical engineering. We are excited to share our research with you all. Our paper focuses on the enhancement of the battery life in the electrical energy storage system using a multi-source. Uh, the abstract describes as the study of enhancing the battery life of the electrical energy storage systems using the multi-source approach. The multi-source approach involves the integration of the multiple renewable energy sources such as solar and winds. The study analyzes the impact of integrating various renewable energy sources on the battery life of the electrical energy storage systems. The results indicate that the multi-source approach can significantly enhance the life of the battery. In the introduction, batteries are the most commonly used electrical energy storage systems due to their high energy density and reliability and easy of maintenance. However, the limited lifespan of the batteries is the significant challenge for the electrical energy storage applications as they require frequent replacement and resulting in increased cost and environmental impacts. Ultracapacitors are an alternative to batteries that have gained high attention due to their higher power density, longer lifespan, and faster charging speed. However, their lower energy density limits their use for the specific applications. There are In addition, we also investigate the use of ultracapacitors as an alternative to batteries.
in electrical energy storage applications. We compare the performance of the ultra capacitors and the batteries in terms of specific energy and the specific power. Uh, we conclude that the ultra capacitors offer some advantages over batteries. Their lower energy density limits their use to the applications with the higher power demands and the short discharge time. Then here are the some overview of the strategies. So we can use the ultra capacitor with the battery to improve the battery life by reducing the charging and discharging cycles of the battery. Here is the simple circuit. Uh, First one is parallel, uh, passive parallel design. The passive parallel design involves the connecting the battery and the ultra capacitor in parallel, allowing them to share the load and provide the more suitable output. Here, the discharging of the battery and the discharging of the ultra capacitor is not controlled using any other circuits. Only inverter is used to convert the DC into the AC and then fed to the motor. Then our next strategy is to use ultra capacitor as well as the battery along with the bidirectional DC converter. In this method, we can control the discharging of the ultra capacitor, but not for the battery. The design involves the integrating of ultra capacitor with the battery to improve the performance, such as enhancing its power output or extending the battery life. The battery life is extended because of use of the ultra capacitor. Then in the third strategy, which is the multi-source DC-DC converter. We use the multi-source DC-DC converter to control the discharging time or discharging of the battery as well as the ultra capacitor. But in this circuit, we use the two bidirectional DC-DC converter along with the inverter to convert DC current into electrical current, then alternating current, then fed to the motor. The DC-DC converter is the device that converts the DC voltage from the multiple energy sources into a DC voltage suitable for the charging of the batteries. Then our hybrid source inverter design. In this design, the hybrid source inverter is a device that allows the integration of the multiple energy sources and the battery into a single line, allowing for efficient energy management. In this system, the losses takes place in the bidirectional DC-DC converters, which is used for the controlling of the battery as well as the ultra capacitor, is eliminated. The losses in the inverter is eliminated, and the only one circuit, which is the power electronic circuit, named hybrid source inverter. Only the few losses remains: the battery and the ultra capacitor, the hybrid source inverter, and the motor. This is our proposed hybrid system. In this model or in this system, we can see that the battery and the ultra capacitor are connected along with the switches. This is nothing but the power electronic devices known as the IGBT or FET. We can use this is commonly used for converting the DC current into AC current. Then the three-phase induction motor. This is the proposed. This is the example. We can consider the example of the electrical vehicles. In electrical vehicles, there are the use of batteries. So we can use the ultra capacitors in the batteries. In some others, afterward slides, we can see the advantages of using ultra capacitors in the electrical vehicles along with the batteries. So we are discussing some modes of operation of this proposed hybrid system. There are total three modes: the battery only mode, and then the ultra capacitor only mode, and the hybrid. We can say the battery and the ultra capacitor simultaneously discharging mode. In the first mode, the only battery is connected to the inverters and they fed power to the three-phase induction motor. The ultra capacitor is disconnected from the circuit. This system is suitable for the constant rated load, so we can sustain the battery over a long period of time. This is then this second mode, we use only ultra capacitor. For example, if the electrical car needs some extra torque, or the mode or the load demands excessive wattage or excessive power from the circuit, from the battery, then we can feed this power by the ultra capacitor. So the stress on the battery is eliminated. Because of this, the life of the battery is get extended. In this mode, only the ultra capacitor is fed and power to the inverter, and inverter circuit is fed to the motor. The We can use this system when the battery is fully discharged also. Then this is third mode, the battery and the ultra capacitor simultaneously during the discharging. In this mode, both the batteries and the ultra capacitors are being used simultaneously during discharging. This mode allows the high power output as well as the higher energy storage capacity. So the losses takes place in the batteries are eliminated due to the use of capacitors. We can say the according to Joule's law, the I square RT, the current flowing through the conductors and the flowing through the batteries is reduced due to use of ultra capacitors. Due to this, the battery life is is increases, and because of the charging and discharging cycles of the battery is reduces. Uh, then we will discuss the advantages of the proposed system. The first advantage is improved power output. The ultra capacitors can deliver the high power output quickly, while the batteries have the slower response time. By combining both the systems, the power output is improved. Then the next advantage is extended battery life, because we use the ultra capacitors as the second part, as well as the along with the battery. So the battery life, the load on the battery alone is get reduced. Because of this, the charging and discharging cycles of the battery it saves, and ultimately the life of the battery is get improved. Then third is faster charging. The charging speed of the ultra capacitor is extremely large than comparatively that of the electric battery. And the battery stores bulk amount of energy for a longer period, but the ultra capacitors can store a bulk amount of energy for a short period and give or fed to the load very quickly. Then the increased energy efficiency by using we can understand this by using some example. If in the modern EV technologies, the companies basically use the regenerative braking system. When we apply brake, then the battery is charged, the voltage or the power is generated, and this power is generated. But if we charge this power to the ultra capacitor, then the ultra capacitor can get charged quickly as comparatively to the batteries. Battery charging speed is comparatively slow than. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Last one is the conclusion. We use the multi-source approach with the combination of the battery and the ultra capacitor in an electrical energy storage systems can offer us several benefits. By combining the two electrical energy storage, we can significantly improve the life of the battery, as well as we improve the power output, the battery life, and the increase the overall reliability. In additionally, the different modes of operation, such as using the battery only, or using ultra capacitor only, or using the both, can improve the system reliability as well as the efficiency of the system.
Uh, Shwet Kumar.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
In during when there is a if I'm driving EV vehicle,
Yes, sir.
at what time there will be the maximum consumption of battery,
Sir,
and
for example, at the start.
how your system
Yes, sir. Yes.
for and how can control by using your techniques? Which techniques is
Yes, sir.
much more impactful?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. In today's EVs, only the batteries are used, but at the starting or at the driving, or if the so many load is on the EV, or if the road is not stable, then we required more power to drive the wheels. And if the more person is sitting on the car, the power consumption on the batteries increases. Because of this, the batteries discharge continuously. If we use ultra capacitors, when ultra capacitor is already charged, and if we fed the power at that time when the motor demands peak load, so the stress on the battery is get reduces, and the ultimately the life of the battery is get increased
And what
using the
about braking?
capacitor. Braking, sir,
What about
if
braking?
we use yes, sir. If you use technologies like regenerative braking, if we apply pedal brake on the EV, then some amount of regenerative system, like the power is battery is charged, but we cannot charge the battery, or the power is fully not utilized, because the charging speed of the battery is uh, slow as comparatively to the ultra capacitors. If we charge ultra capacitors by the regenerative braking, and then the ultra capacitor charge is fed to the battery, this will be a more useful, reliability and efficient system used in EVs technologies, sir.
During braking, how your ultra capacitor is going to be in picture?
Uh, Sir, I read somewhere in our recent technologies, when we apply pedal, the batteries get charged. I think this technology is called regenerative braking or something. If this happen, if
So
we
you are
use
not
ultra
sure about
capacitor,
it,
yes, no,
whether
sir,
it
I
is
am sure
regenerative.
about it. Yes, 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 sir.
Anyway,
If we
thank you.
charge,
So Kumar, thank you.
thank you, sir.
Thanks a lot. Sandeep sir, if you want to ask any question, you can go ahead. Sandeep sir. Okay, we can proceed in that case for new slide, new presentation, next presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, my screen is visible. Hello. Okay. So starting off my presentation, I would like to share the quote. Well, that is given by the Steve Jobs. What he says, you can't connect the dots in the forward. You only connect the dots in the backward. Well, how it's going to help in my presentation? Let's get understand. Well, I am Sahit Sogale from Norwegian Polytechnic, Madu, and I'm going to share the technology, which in name of you have just heard about it, but I like to show you in a personally. So let's get. So, what's the new at the presenting? I like to present the hydrogen vehicles. It's the best innovating invention in this 21st century. So let's understand. So coming on this market of these petrols and EVs. So now we are the leaving of the like the petrol and diesel vehicles. Like we are using as a backup of a petrol as a diesel, and then we are shifting from the electric vehicle. So we have the backup of electric vehicle, right? But what about the electric vehicle backup? We have something. So what is that is hydrogen. So hydrogen, why only we are using a hydrogen? So according to report of the Earth Ministry, so what he tells about the every temperature of the Earth is increasing every 10 years. So the Earth temperature increases. So that's why the pollutions and harmful pollution is happens. Okay. So about the carbon emissions and the using the fossil fuels gas and natural gas and oils. So what it happens, there is a pollution occurs, emission of the carbon. So that's why the pollution increases with that. So now we are in the trending of the EVs, right? We are used to say the we have to use the EVs for the reducing the pollution and taking. But we are using a large battery pack for the EVs of the lithium ion batteries, right?
So for the mining in the lithium, the still we are producing pollution. So anything at like we are using the small battery packs and then our EV will be get faster and we are giving something. Well, that is the hydrogen. So in that we have the two types of hydrogen. First hydrogen is the brown hydrogen. So brown hydrogen is mainly terms is coming from this produced by fossil fuels. Like this type of hydrogen is mainly used in the steel industries and as well. So that is also in that type there are many types like the gray hydrogen all. So this is mostly used for the factories like big factories and all. And also it is also used in the methane reforming as well. Well, coming on the second, that is a green hydrogen. So green hydrogen is one of the best hydrogen in ever we understand. So in the last presentation, we also heard about the hydrogen, but the green hydrogen is main point. So why we are using the green hydrogen? Because it is you taken from the renewable energy like windmills and the solar panels and all. So it's the main type of the green hydrogen. For the we taken all the things like the hydrogen, we are also known as a green hydrogen as a fuel. For that, for driving the vehicle, we have to make the cell, and that is fuel cell technology. So fuel cell technology, what it is that it is a mixture. It's a mixture of the hydrogen plus oxygen. When the hydrogen anode and the oxygen cathode that meets a mixture of them, and that is the electricity will generated. And here there is a reverse engineering happens. That is called a reverse electrolysis process, and that how this fuel cell technology works. Well, coming on the next, well, this is the main thing is the hydrogen vehicle working. So there is a basic things in that hydrogen vehicle works on the battery plus fuel cell tank converter, and the third thing is hydrogen tank, the fuel cells and engine. So whatever the battery is mainly like the electric vehicle batteries as well. But here is a small type of battery is used in this car. So we're not taking the large battery pack because if you take the large battery pack, so it becomes EV. So the weight to body ratio is will be very less, and that in this driving of this vehicle will be very impossible to drive as well. So the fuel cell tank. So what are the fuel cell? In this tank, there is a fuel cell like the hydrogen, oxygen that meets and the energy which is created. And there is a fuel cell is there. So it is provides for the battery, and the battery will automatically charge. So one thing is I already told you. So what's in that? If we have to take the electric vehicles, it takes a time for the charging. It takes from 30 minutes to 6 hours. So is that anything that whatever the car is there, so it can be charged automatically in this internal. So if you have any something, so that is a fuel cell. So fuel cell, what if that while the car is still driving, so what happens? The fuel cell will automatically charge the battery. You not have to plug in anywhere. So that is the main point of this and the advantage of this. So coming on the next, so if car working has been done, so there is a one thing is the refueling system. So if you understand the refueling system of the renewable energy, so there is a photovoltaic wind and high power windmills are implanted here. So if not only the windmills, we also take the solar energy for generating the renewable energy as well. So in that the renewable energy has been made. So it is coming out electrolyzers. So what the electrolyzers do? It is separates the pure hydrogen that from the water, like it is called the electrolysis process. In the fuel cell, it is a reverse electrolysis process. And here in the electrolysis process, what here is do? We are separate the hydrogen and the whatever the water is there, we separate it. We take the only the pure hydrogen, and then they transport to hydrogen storage tanks. So whatever the storage tank, we also store this hydro storage tank, and then we can transport to the fuel station as well. So what if we are transporting the fuel station as well? So if you understand the fuel station working and the charging station working, so to building the charging station, it requires the most cost. Like it takes lakhs of rupees, or it takes some millions of dollars to building the best charging stations in the now time. But what we can do, there is a best case study here. So whatever the fuel station is available, like the petrol and diesel, we just only implant this gas storage tanks. And what we are doing, what we can do, if the any vehicles want to fuel, so just take the help of the tank, and that can refill it. And the one more thing advantage of this can be fueled within less than 5 minutes. But that's our advantage. So here we not have any cost of this charging stations as well as the extra energy packs. So that's how the refueling session has been done. So coming on next. So coming on the next, there is the best thing is advantage of this vehicle. So let's talk about this advantage of this vehicle. There is a fast refilling of the vehicle energy to the body ratio is perfect. If you take the example, I already tell you that like it takes 6 hours to 30 minutes for the charging of the normal electric vehicle. So what happens if you want to increase the battery of this vehicle? If you want to increase the range of this vehicle, you have to add more batteries, and that what happens. The body ratio is not perfect. Weight to body ratio is well, and the capacity of this your car will be decreases. The second thing is no need of extra space like a battery. So if you take and understand in this electric cars there is a bulk of batteries being used and cells are used. But here only you can use a small battery and you can charge internally with the help of hydrogen. But we have to refuel the hydrogen in the past time. Then third, the same range is given by electric vehicle 500 to 600 qubits. Normally, what we understand, like hydrogen car will gives a very low range. Actually, not actually. I studied whatever in the data. So what happens? The same average is given by the electric car. The same average is given by the hydrogen car. But in the thing that electrical takes more costly because we don't have the any lithium mines and all. So that's why the main one point. So the fourth is variety of resources hydrogen for producing no carbon emission. So in this India, we not fully set up the green hydrogen as we all know. But if we take the example of the big industries like solar plants and also the wind plants, we can do their inventions and we can build the green hydrogen as well. So that's the main advantage. Well, coming on the disadvantages of this vehicle, first means limited refueling station. So the main disadvantage limited refueling station. In the India, if you see, there is a few of refueling stations is there. So what thing is here? If we take the trains, like we have the now the electric vehicle trains. So what electric vehicle trains is there? So we are using like we have the very growth of the trains, like we have to use electric cars and all. So the electric cars is already made 10 years before in the best things, but now it is going ahead in trends. So now it is having a very charging stations, but that's like a same. It's having a very okay. Just a second, I will control. So that's the main important things. And coming on to production, it also very have less production, and that's important thing. And this is also not in trends. And that's important. The future of the EVs will be EVs and hydrogen car. EVs are now in the trends, but hydrogen car will be in 2027. The great people like Ratan Tata and taking initiative to build the hydrogen car as well. Well, coming on to the last, and thank you so much for the thank you for everything that during the presentation. Thank you so much to all the juries. In the last, I love to share the quote of the Bill Gates. What he tells, whatever the technologies already exist, we have to use that technology, we have to invent that technology, and then we get a boom for the technology. That creates a best engineer, and thank you so much for everything.
Okay, Sahil.
Yes, sir.
What are the different methods of refueling of hydrogen gas?
Hello.
Hello. Just explain me the methods of refueling of hydrogen gas.
Methods of refueling gas.
Yes, hydrogen gas.
So we are we can store in the tanks actually. If you take the pure hydrogen, so already we store in the tanks. So with the help of the normally you are used to refuel
Not
like a
about
petrol.
storage. Explain the methodology. How we can refuel the hydrogen gas.
Hello.
Yes, continue, Sahil.
So we can like in the process we can understand normally we are taking the hydrogen, right? So normally we can build stations for them and then we can refuel that.
Okay, ठीक है. Okay, so we can proceed ahead. Next presentation is there. Hello, Bharat sir. Do you have any questions, sir?
No questions.
Okay. Next presentation, please.
Actually, no questions because whatever questions he has asked, Sandeep sir, that is enough for this presentation because storage methodology is important as per his presentation. That's enough for this project.
Good evening to one and all, respected sir and dear student. I am from Shivaji Rao Jonjale Polytechnic Ambarnath, here to represent you on the presentation of Smart Grid by my co-colleagues of Sumit Mhatre. Hello sir. Hello sir. Hello sir.
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, yes, sir. Thank you sir.
Rohan,
I am
go
here.
ahead.
Yes sir. So most of the students previously explaining the very deep concept of the smart grid. It is a very necessary part of our day-to-day life. The smart grid helps to reduce the cost of production of the electricity required in the India. We have the smart grid makes a good network system established in the various vast diversity of the Indian geography. As per the aspect, our main motto is to reduce the cost efficiency of the generations of the electricity and many such other equipments required. The smart grid helps to link the regenerable electricity from the various places to the one system of the grid. The grid is mainly working, the existing grid mainly work on the existence that many such other companies, Mahindra, Tata, are provide, Jio, Reliance are providing the electricity to the one grid and the local providers. But the smart grid will help to know that these multinational companies, that what are the actual requirement of day-to-day life basis on the consumer premises to the production generation operator. I'm here to raise the why is the need and the scenario of the present requirement of the smart grid. Presently, the India needs and a more efficiency. The demanding of the India is getting higher and higher day to day. The smart grid will help to reduce the peak point efficiencies and the other and the loads on the thermal power plant, loads on the industry needs to require office work, and the major role will be played by the smart grid on the EV and the smart homes appliances, which will lead to helps on the grid efficiency and the peak point loads. Whereas we require a substation for the regeneration systems to link on the grids. Due to the help of energy management systems, the linking between this system will be easier. The necessity is very important. My co-colleague will explain what are the stages evolved in the smart grids.
Next is the stages in evaluation of smart grid. First, metering evolutionary stages. Use of smart meters with automated meter reading and real-time display. Fully integrated smart grid. Use of advanced meter with real-time rate changes and remote on-off facility. Transmission grid evolutionary stages, enduring automation of HV system and substation. Distribution network, partial automation in control circuit for fault identification, manual operation with LV network. Distribution network with remote sensing, voltage control capacity. Integration evolutionary stages, online monitoring of load flow in transmission grid and ability to maintain balance in the system. Full integrated smart grid, total integration of supply and use of electricity, ability to control load, dispatch and uses remotely. Next is smart metering. The intelligence of smart grid is built over by development of SCADA, AMI, and smart meters, and by leveraging the potential of ICT. Metering, recording, and controlling operation come under the purview of smart grid operation. Smart metering helps in two-way communication. Next slide is layout of smart grid. In this layout, communication network, customer domain, service provider domain, grid domain, smart metering. First, customer domain, smart appliances, electric vehicles, premises network, service provider in this market, operator, service providers, grid domain in this bulk generation, distribution, transmission. Next slide is advantage of smart grid. Advantage of smart grid in this reduce equipment failure thanks the automatic system, reduce electricity cost and meter cost, reduce electricity losses and the chance of blackout. Disadvantage in this continuous and stable network communication should be established. Network communication can be affected during a certain situation such as heavy rain, stormy wind, snow, and such. It's become a big challenge for smart grid technology. The power meter is integrated to the internet, hence it is prone to hacking. Next slide is two-way communication system.
Our current electric grid was conceived more than 100 years ago when electricity needs were simple. Power generation was localized and built around communities. Most homes had only small energy demands, such as a few light bulbs and a radio. The grid was designed for utilities to deliver electricity to consumers' homes and then bill them once a month. This limited one-way interaction makes it difficult for the grid to respond to the ever-changing and rising energy demands of the 21st century. The smart grid introduces a two-way dialogue where electricity and information can be exchanged between the utility and its customers. It's a developing network of communications, controls, computers, automation, and new technologies and tools working together to make the grid more efficient, more reliable, more secure, and greener. The smart grid enables newer technologies to be integrated, such as wind and solar energy production and plug-in electric vehicle charging. With our participation as informed consumers, the smart grid will replace the aging infrastructure of today's grid, and utilities can better communicate with us to help manage our electricity needs.
As we know, smart is a very vast thing. It is very difficult to explain in short and minute. The nation have some of the missions that the National Smart Grid Mission by the representatives of India has developed a team, that Indian Smart Grid Task Force, which has taken a charge and developing a smart grid across the India. The government India will fund 50% of the cost to the project, and the rest of the balance cost will be provided by the respective state. The India has need and a security of the electricity is very essential. As India has many works and the functionings are developing, there are the 14 projects which across the India are developing for the smart grid. The conclusion behalf of the smart grid is basically we need to have an issue of the rising fund across India. I am right to conclude this, that the smart grid has a conventional grid system. It plays a very important role for a better smart grid distribution, reducing the cost of production, having a better technology and power consumption, the great communication between components, and more automatic of the power smart grid. Only is acceptable in the innovation of the electricity, computer, and engineering network. The major role and the heart of the smart grid is a SCADA and the energy management system, which plays a very important role in the smart grid. As we know that the smart grid is only one of the systems which can link the many of the things as renewable energy, helps in the operation and the storage of energy by V2V operations, and it will also help by the different amount of energy consumption on the day-by-day premises, by the help of the communication network in the cloud-based software. It helps to provide the technology, also provides the tremendous economy and environmental benefits. Thank you, sir. I would like to conclude this presentation. Any questions?
Yes, Rohan.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Rohan.
Yes, sir.
Please give me a difference between smart grid and microgrid. What do you mean by smart grid and microgrid? Basic difference.
Smart grid is made for. I like to promote one of the point. The smart grid needs to linking the huge network, and microgrid is working for specific states. Linking between two states is having by a microgrid. Uh, sorry sir, I have sir deep knowledge नहीं है इस point पर. But
You should. Okay, smart metering. Just explain the concept of smart metering.
the smart metering is generally a two-way communication with the help of cloud system, which shows the operator to generate the electricity what the consumer needed. Smart metering helps to switching over for the limited time, for the as a live location, as a live reader, which helps by the basis
What
of
are
SCADA.
what are the different parts of smart grid? Like how you are going to different? Just like there is a body, there is a
Yes,
ear,
sir.
there is leg, there is
A
a
block
eye.
diagram explanation.
Then how SCADA will get in part? Like how it is going to get a part? Various parts. Can you define?
Sir, yes, sir. Sir, explaining little apart of the block diagram, the smart thing is applying the many linking between resource and development and consuming. Of three things is nothing but a smart grid helps. But basically, a home will require a smart appliances by the help of the consumer, homes, appliances, and their users. The smart meter will be communicative by the system. The SCADA will have a chart list what the energy required for development, for requirement of consumer, and the operator will operate as per the demand of the consumer. The major link is the energy meter and smart grid and link between the substation and networks, which helps to provide a continuous supply between generators to the consumer.
Rohan, I am just
Yeah,
asking
sorry,
about
sir.
parts, not how it is working. Anyway, thank you. Thanks a lot.
Sir, major parts are taking some short time. Intelligent appliances, smart power metering, uh, subsystem operated by SMARTA, and integrated communication system. Thank you, sir. It's over.
Next presentation, please.
Is that can I audible, sir? Hello, sir. Start, sir. Just can you, hello, yes, sir. So, sir, now to reduce radiation on energy meter.
uh, energy smart meter. A smart meter provides details on consumption.
Your
Hello,
presentation
sir.
is not on the screen. Your presentation is not on the screen. Your voice is also not audible.
Sorry, I don't know it.
Okay, sir. Sir, is it? Are you seeing this PPT? Okay. Thank you, sir. My name is Ketan Santosh Pavaskar, and this is my co-partner Vivek Kavitkar. We are from the Yeshwantarao Bhosle Polytechnic 730, and we are coming here for the paper presentation on evolution of smart metering infrastructure for the electric vehicle charging station. So we will proceed with it. So this is the presentation summary. These are the points we are going to present here. So, talking about the introduction. So, as you all know, the India is the one of the most populated country in our India. So, the energy consumption of India is very high, and many of the uh, Indian people use IC engines, which use the non-renewable sources, conventional sources. Due to this, the conventional sources are reducing rapidly. So, to overcome all this problem, the electric vehicle are designed to. The main motive of electric vehicle is to reduce the greenhouse effect emission and use the renewable energy sources as a source. To for this, government also reduce the GST of the electric vehicle from 12% to 5% on a battery. There is also subsidies for the electric vehicles. So talking about the next PPT, this is diagram of the connectivity of energy and information flow. The smart meter is connected bidirectionally to the residential connection and electrical vehicles. Also, it takes input from the renewable energy generation or source, and also it as well as it takes the electrical grid supply. So, in this case, uh, when we take the supply from the renewable energy generation or electrical grid, we can feed it to the residential connection, or we can provide it to the electric vehicle for the charging purposes. So the purpose of this paper is that this paper gives an idea about the smart metering infrastructure and development of smart metering station. As we all know, the electric vehicle is important in nowadays, and the charging station is important factor for the electric vehicle. This paper describes how different types of charging modes and different types of characteristics of charging infrastructure factor affecting the infrastructure and the charging infrastructure parameters. I will handle the next PPT to my co-presenter.
Thanks, Ketan. For electric vehicle charging, there are different types of charging modes is available. First is mode one. It have moderate charging. It is used for only for bikes and scooters. It has supply of single phase 250 volt 16 ampere AC supply and three phase 480 volt 16 ampere AC supply. It is a portable type of charging system. Uh, Second one is a mode 2. It is similar to mode 1, but it has a current capacity of 32 ampere 230 volt single phase and 32 ampere 480 volt three phase AC supply. It is used for electric cars and controller box is also required. Talking about mode 3, it has moderate charging and quick charging, which is this type of charging is permanently connected to the grid So it is a stable, or it has located at any location. It has AC supply of 32 ampere to 50 volt for single phase, and three phase 32 ampere 480 volt, three for 482 volt 480 volt for fast charging of electric vehicle. For fast charging electric vehicle, mode 4 is available. In mode 4, two type of level is provided. In DC level 1, 700 volt and 200 ampere current is provided, and DC level 2, 700 volt 400 ampere current is provided.
So talking about the characteristics of charging infrastructure, this block diagram shows some cars which are recently launched in 2 to 3 years. Talking about for example, if you take the Tata Nexon, it is supplied by both AC and DC supplied. It has battery capacity of 4.5 kWh and electric range of 350 km. This is the ARI range, not a actual range. It uses the connector type of CCS2. It is a AC type of connector, combined charging station type 2 connector, and it takes require about 6 or 30 minutes per charging on AC charging station. The time will depend. The time will change if we change the type of supply. The this the Anothers are the Hyundai Iconic and some other vehicles also use the both AC and DC charger, and most of the new vehicles use the CCS2 charger for both AC and DC supply.
So this is a typical layout of charging station. It includes a charging station, an electric vehicle. In electric vehicle, battery and onboard battery charger is connected together, and onboard battery charger is connected to electrical inlet of vehicle. From charging station, a charging cable is connected to the electric vehicle. So charging process is to be done. So this is a process this is a process of charging station. The first is main grid power supply is given to the energy meter and then charging module. When a consumer comes with an electric vehicle to do a charging, it is required to have a card. When consumer insert their card into card reader, card reader analyze the data from the card and give to the processor. Processor process the all the process processor process all the operations, and shows their data to display unit. From this, consumer decide what to be do next. This is a diagram shows a mode of supply on the basis of SOC. First, when battery is charged more than 90% of SOC means state of charging. Battery is charged 90% of SOC, then battery is given to battery supplies give supplies to grid, and when SOC downs to 90%, then it gives supply from grid.
So this diagram shows the study of charging and its feedback process. When the charging vehicle is arrive at the charging station, the plugging process is start. When you connect the connector or plug to the inlet of electric vehicle, it gives feedback which shows that the plug is properly connected. And if the connector is not properly connected, then it indicates that the connector or plug is not properly connected, and we have to reattach it. So after properly connecting the plug or connector, the further process will done. In observing process, it will indicates how much battery is remain on the electric vehicle, or how much battery is or how much units need to be required for the charging of that vehicle. It is also display on the just okay sir, thank you. Okay, just 1 minute. So, please.
To moving towards the conclusion, this paper is describing a bidirectional charging system with net metering architecture, MPPT, and piano algorithm, and a boost converter to improve battery life and efficiency while potentially saving fossil fuels and lowering energy cost. It suggests that the system could be promising alternative to replace fossil fuels in the 21st century.
Thank you, sir.
These are the references we have taken. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Sir, any questions?
Your topic was evolution of smart metering infrastructure for electric vehicle charging stations, right?
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, what about evolution of smart metering? I
So in
understood from your presentation is only about infrastructure of electrical vehicle charging station. What about evolution smart metering?
so this system is uh, uh, evolution is about something that the card reader, as we all know, the we need to
Have
charge
you have
the
you have you seen any actual EV charging process? Have you seen
no
any actual EV charging process?
no sir, there is no charging station at where we live. Simulation.
Okay. Not I'm not talking about simulation. I'm talking about actual EV
uh,
charging process. How they're getting charged. Have you
uh,
seen
no sir, actually there is no charging station at where we live.
video on video Google? There are many facilities
Yeah,
are there
yeah,
now.
yes sir, yes sir, we saw the YouTube videos actually.
Have you seen they are using card and all?
The new charging station of Tata
The
Charge.
person who is going to charge the vehicle, are they are using card?
Yes, sir. The Tata Charge electric station use the that type of system which we need to require the card.
Okay. And what about other systems?
So actually, sir, we actually saw
How
the
meter is going to how meter is going to calculate and
it
how
will done
this
by the
evaluation is done?
so when we insert the card, then it will the processor will takes or communicate with the with that card, and it takes the readings. So when we just say that I have credits in my card, so I can use that credit for the to get the energy from the grid for free of cost.
Okay, thank you, Ketan. You must read about this or you must learn about this.
Yes,
There is
Ketan.
some different process there. Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Yes, sir. So, Ketan, is there any smart metering structure for wireless charging of electric vehicle?
So actually, in India, there is no charging station for wireless charging, and most of the time, the which is preferable is the charging one.
Yes, but your topic name is evolution of smart metering infrastructure for smart electric vehicle. So smart electric, the electric vehicle charging of smart metering based on wireless charging. So you should have read or add in future like wireless charging, WPT methods with the help of smart metering. Okay, next. Next presentation, please.
Yes, sir. So, good evening, everyone. Myself, Abhishek Harish Savardekar. I have my friend with me, Kedar Ambedkar. We both are from Veer Mata Jijabai Technological Institute, VJTI. Our topic for the research is electrical vehicle integration in smart grid.
So good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon, sir. Uh, Currently, I would like to give the basic content or the overview of our topics is the motivation for the topic or why we chose this topic, then the types of technologies which are being used for the EV grid integration, the effects or the impacts of the current EV development on the current grid, and then the benefits, challenges, and the future scope. So we move on with the further slide, the current grid network. So now if we see the current grid which has been in operation has various problems, such as it is one way, huge amount of pollution occurs, it is hazardous, monitoring is also very much difficult. Only about 60 to 65% efficiency is achieved, performance is very low, and renewable energy integration is very less or very low as compared to the developing technology. Also the resilience to cyber attacks and such systems is also very low, so it is a very undesired network. Now on the other hand, if we see the EVs which are been developing in India have a very large scope and very large are developing on a very large scale. So according to the government, by 2030 about 70% of the EV market is planned to be developed, which includes about 30% for private vehicles, 40% of for heavy loads, and 80% for 2 to 3 wheelers. So this is the current scenario of EVs in India. And if we see, the state of Uttar Pradesh, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, and Maharashtra are the front leaders or the front runners in the following system. So the EVs are developing on a very large scale. About 60 to 70,000 units have been developed each and every year annually. So if we see, by 2030 about 37% of carbon emissions are to be emitted is the plan of the government of India. So now the effect on the grid is such that if the EVs or the development of EVs in India would not be very quickly or very sharp rise, but it could occur very drastically and slowly over the years. But however, if the EVs develop more quickly and more advanced as compared to the grid development, then it would create a huge pressure load on the grid. Second thing is the smart grid. The current grid which is being developed is the smart grid, which is two-way digital. It is distributed loads. There are lesser and lower blackouts in the system, resilient, and it is also has a very good scope for integration of renewable energy. As a result, it is a very more comfortable source of energy for the electric vehicle development, and both can be developed very well. So now Abhishek would explain the further topic.
Okay, thank you, Kedar. As we all know that EVs are increasing in India as well as in the whole world. So as these EVs are increasing, the load on the traditional grid will also increase. So we are opting for the new technology called smart grid. What smart grid has is they allow us for decentralized generation. So if decentralized generation is happening in India or in all the whole world, so the rooftop PVs, the renewable energy sources, the traditional sources, which will be integrated as in whole. So if we have such medium, then why can't we use electrical vehicles batteries to act like in source? So we are using electric vehicle batteries as in source. Why electrical vehicle batteries? Because vehicle batteries are ranging from 5 kilowatt hours to around for 50 to 60 kilowatt hours. If we consider this battery to supply for a whole room of 1 BHK flat consisting of AC and geyser, it can supply it for a whole day. So if such things can happen within by using the electrical vehicle battery, we are integrating electrical vehicles with grid in such a way that we will allow the two-way communication between these two. So how this will be possible? This will be possible by using the medium which will be acting between is like bidirectional converter. What this bidirectional converter will do? It will take whenever there is a need of charging of the batteries, it will take the supply from the grid. It will act like an rectifier and supply to the batteries. Similarly, when there is a need of charge, when there is a big demand on electrical power grids, there is a need of some more generating stations to come up with. So we are using electrical batteries as a source. So electrical batteries will provide DC input to this bidirectional converter. Now this bidirectional converter will act like an inverter, and this inverter will be followed by the filter circuits, and this power will be supplied to the grid. So this similar circuit is we have tried in doing in MATLAB simulation. So the right hand side top image of the slide is MATLAB simulation circuit.
This bit look like complex, but as I have explained here, it consists of the battery consisting of the bidirectional converter. It consists of this buck boost converter, this filtering circuits, and the traditional grid. It's like in AC supply source. And also this down part, which looks like in blocks, have the triggering circuits. Like as we have seen that in power electronics, we have something called uh, whenever the reference signal crosses the maximum, whenever the message signal crosses the reference value, we get an output. So how this output is taken as it is taken through comparator, and this comparator will drive this bidirectional converter to act like an rectifier and inverter. Also these blocks, these blocks are CRO or DSO, what you want to call, you can call. And what this do, this will measure the waveforms. Okay, so we are measuring the two end waveforms. One is for the electrical grid, our traditional grid, and another is for the electrical vehicle battery. So the first waveform which we are showing is like it's for voltage and current of traditional grid. So as we can see, the voltage and current are 180-degree out of phase. This means that the battery is charging the grid. The second one, waveforms of the grid voltage and grid current, shows that the both voltage and current are in phase. That means grid is supplying power to the battery. These are the input and output of this. Okay, this circuit have various components which values are shown here. You can implement the same circuit in MATLAB simulation as I have done. Next thing is how this EV and smart grid infrastructure will look like. We have traditional grid, we have various renewable energy sources, we have various rooftop voltage panels, wind turbines, and again electrical vehicle. So all these things we need to integrate, not only the traditional grid but also the renewable energy sources. So all these things will work same as I have shown in the bidirectional converter circuit. Whenever there is a need of supply from grid, this electrical vehicle will this bidirectional converter will act as a rectifier. How this act as a rectifier? It will be managed by the battery management systems, and this battery management system will get the control signals from the energy management system as in whole.
So now I would like to move on further to explain the benefits and the challenges of integrating of the EV along with the smart grid technology. So efficient charging is achieved through this integration such that smart charging systems can optimize charging process, balance the charging needs of EV, and this can help in preventing the grid overloading during peak hours and stabilize the strain on the grid. Second thing is that the cost is saved. That is, smart charging can help the EV owners to save money by charging during the off-peak hours. Therefore, it also allows for dynamic pricing with varying rates and depending on time and day of the grid conditions. Other benefits of the system integration is grid stability, reduced emissions, and improved reliability of the power system is achieved, and we can get a good, efficient, ideal power system. The challenges in this system are such that the grid stability is such that with increasing number of EVs charging from grid, there may be issues related to grid stability, especially during peak demand periods. Therefore, due to sudden load changes associated with EV charging can cause fluctuation in the grid, leading to voltage and frequency variation. This could result in power outages or damage to equipment. Other challenges such that battery life, because batteries used in EVs require regular change and regular repairing and maintenance. Also, cost of replacing the batteries can be very high, which may be of the impact on the EV owners. Therefore, cost, battery life, data management systems, and managing the software part of the system is also very crucial, and which is very much acting as a hurdle in the system. Now, finally, the conclusions which we brought out from this paper or from this research or the study which we made is such that uh, integration of the renewable energy sources and EVs is possible, and it is very much beneficial and essential. It has been observed that electric vehicles can provide ancillary services to the grid, such as voltage and frequency regulation, peak power leveraging and reactive power support to enhance the operational efficiency. Study has shown that deployment of EVs in the smart grid would be possible with advanced communication, control and metering technologies. Therefore, to realize a near real-time communication and power measurement, an advanced technology in these areas has to be installed inherent challenges and limitations of the system. Few researches have been reported, but the issues like communication delays, routing protocols, and cybersecurity are very critical for reliable and efficient adoption of B2G transactions for the integration of the system. Therefore, a huge amount of research is required in this field of EV integration with the smart grid, but it is also very much essential, crucial, and the development of the smart grid system is very much possible in the future. Thank you.
So, any questions?
Hello. Yes, Abhishek.
Yes, sir.
Just tell me, what are the different impact of electric vehicles on the grid, smart grid, after the integration?
Sir, actually, the electrical vehicles which are coming in the market, ranging from 5 kilowatt hour to around 50 to 60 kilowatt hour. This type of electrical vehicles, our government of Maharashtra and also the government of India is planning to bring electrical vehicles to about 70% in India. Around if we try to look at the global population index or global vehicle usage, we can see that the electrical vehicles in India as well as in the whole world is increasing like 2 to 3%
No,
in
I am asking the impact of electric vehicle in terms of
okay.
short circuit current, voltage level, power demand on the grid. Actually, you did good work in your MATLAB simulation and all. But one technical question from my side: what are the impact of electric vehicle on the grid?
So if such load increases in on traditional grid, there is a need more generating stations. If there is a need of more generating stations, the current and the demand are also increasing. The current demand and the voltage demand will increase. This lead to the changes of the whole transmission system, distribution system, which we are implementing in the recent days. How that if we need to transfer such amount of power, we need to increase the transmission voltage. If we increase the transmission voltage, there is a need of automating or increasing the length of insulators which we are using on the towers. Also, there is a need of more clearance gap in the towers, and also the size of the conductors will increase. If all such things happens, then if we need to change the whole transmission and distribution system, just imagine the expenditure which we need to do on such systems. So also in terms of short circuit and all that stuff, we are in smart grid. We are all depend on AI technology which we going to develop. Also, we are depending on the amount of sensors we are implementing on. So all such things like short circuit condition or and anything. If we also there is one condition that we are implementing the microgrids. So if there is any problem like short circuit or overload happening in, then the only that area will be isolated from the system, whole system, and there will be and if the things happens and if there is any fault occurring, then the supply to that the faulty system will be bifurcated from the another generating source. So this is the thing which we are going to cope up with. There is still research
Okay.
going on in
So
this field.
in MATLAB on Simulink, you had integrated the electric vehicles, right? So
No,
what? Yes.
it is consisting of grid supply source, and it's consisting of electrical vehicle battery. So whenever there is a charging or discharging process happening, then the vehicles from the in phase and out phase conditions.
Okay. 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 Good. Okay. Next, forward to the Bharat sir. Yes. Please.
My question to these guys are like, generally the EVs for for transportation and all, right? We are connecting our batteries for charging purpose to the grid. Obviously, from grid only we are getting a supply, AC supply, and then it is converted to the battery, and then battery is getting charged This particular project is reverse, like from battery to grid. So for that, have you think about the protection and all related to this? Because vehicle is made for traveling purpose, not for generation purpose. This vehicle now you are using for generation purpose also. In that case, have you think about the thought about how it is going to be protected, how vehicle is going to protected, how grid is going to protected? Have you thought about it?
So one important thing, everyone have noticed that if we are using such system like charging and discharging in the vehicle and smart grid integration, the battery life will also reduce for with some reasons. But in if we see the charging process, there are two types of charging, electrical charging and the slow charging, which we do. Uh, in smart grid, we are implementing the charging discharging process in such a slow manner that it will not affect the battery life. Also, talking about the bidirectional flow of energy, this thing I have not more details on it, but we'll look for more research on it. Uh, also about the protection system, about the bidirectional flow of energy. Uh, we are implementing various sensors. We have various protective switch gears, which will and also the smart meters, which will constantly monitor the flow, energy flow, which are going to happen in this system. Also, we have given the manual handover to the owner of the electrical vehicle. I don't know if you have come across with the PPT given by the IIT Kharagpur professor. They have implemented this whole smart grid system in IIT Kharagpur campus. So I have seen that video, but I am not able to recognize the things which you are asking. I will recommend you to watch that video again.
Hello, am I audible? My screen share, is it visible?
Yes, sir. Hello. Good evening, sir. Sir, our topic is battery health detection testing in battery swapping system. So, sir, as we have seen, and the government has also found out that battery swapping system is a good alternate, good solution for the battery for the EV boom that is happening. And the battery swapping system will help go in circulation all of the EVs, the whole infrastructure, and all of that. So. It is essential to assess the health of the batteries that are coming to the battery swapping system, to the battery swapping center. So we are going to talk about the tests that are going to be held in the battery swapping system, and some of the new technologies such as non-invasive methods. Non-invasive methods meaning they won't touch the battery. The contactless testing will be there. Next slide. Tejas, you continue.
Yeah. So with battery swapping system, first of all, if we go let a glimpse of battery swapping system is just an approach to electrical vehicle that aims to reduce the time for charging the battery again, as a traditional charging methods goes. This concept involves exchanging a depleted battery to a fully charged one battery, so the driver can continue on the road on his journey. So as we know, the advantages of the battery swapping technology can be, it will be convenient for a driver to simply just exchange the battery, fast charging for a driver. It's very fast and it's like a refueling the petrol in his bike or in his car. It's just like that. And it increase the range. Increase the range here, which means, for example, a person have to go for a high range trip. He have to not hesitate. It means like after certain kilometers I have to recharge a battery, it will again take a long time of hours. So we can, like this, we can increase the range. And one standardization, I mean, my standardization mean by using the standardized battery pack from a manufacturer of batteries. Battery swapping technology simplifies the charging process and make will it will more easier for EV owners to use the technologies also. So battery health detection. Battery health detections are very essential for swapping technologies because there are multiple, because in swapping technology we are just exchanging the batteries. For example, there are two persons, person 1 and person B, A and B. We are taking the A battery and we are going to recharge it after a time, and we will give it to B. But before taking the battery of that A person, we have to clearly see the battery that owns it's in good condition or not. For that, various tests is used to done, like cell monitoring, state of charge, health remaining of use life, state of energy, thermal management, fault diagnosis, and many other tests are there. This will help us to prevent the use of battery that has damaged, worn out, or lost their ability to store and release the energy effectively. So, as I told, the battery health detection test is there are some of the important tests which we will like to have while doing a swapping policies, like a capacitive test. The test measures the capacity of a battery, which is measured of amount energy it can store. It's just like it's a tanker in which we are filling the water. How much it can, what's its capacity? The voltage test, the voltage of the potential difference across the two batteries, it should be maintained. Resistance test, the internal DC impedance or internal resistance test, which is very crucial factor to measure the resistance test. The cycle test. Cycle test is basically it's a test measure numbers of charging and discharging of a battery to analyze how long the battery can go further. This age test, age in this age test, it is more and like similar like a cycle test only. But in age test, we have to determine how long this battery will go for in swapping system. Thermographic test. The thermographic test measures the temperature of a body of a material and a battery too. It indicates the health of and performance. So cycle test, the main two tests which in which we are going to go further in this is cycle test and the capacitive test. Cycle test first we go. The cycle life test that measures the number of the cycle battery that undergoes without its capacity drops for predetermined level. In this cycle test, we are doing the capacitive test multiple times. The reason for doing a cycle life test is we have to determine how long that battery have sustained already and how much it will sustain in future. So for this we used to do cycle life test. This involves a repetitive charging and discharging of a battery to simulate the real world and to determine how the battery performs. Here I have given one a sample type of rough diagram. Means in 10th cycle if we go, this is a graph, okay, of a 10th cycle. The blue lines means how long the discharge capacity of a battery is. And if I go for a 100th cycle, similarly after multiple swapping of our cars have done, then this graph we get means it's reducing. So we have to do this cycle test, the procedure is simply that charge the battery to its maximum capacity, discharge a battery to predetermined cutoff voltage. It's a nominal voltage mostly referred. The recharge the battery to its maximum capacity. Again, this we have to repeat 2 to 3 times for a specific number of cycles. We have to measure the capacity of the battery after each cycle. So we have to plot the capacity versus cycle number of to determine the battery cycle life test. Further going with the capacitive test, as I told earlier, capacitive test is performed to determine the battery's ability at present. Means at present, what's the battery's capacity to store and release the energy, how efficiently. This test also used to determine the extent of performance. As I told, this is an important test which we have to do for cycle test too. So with this, we also get the performance degradation over the time, as well as the effect of various conditions such as the temperature of a battery and performance. So here again, I have put one diagram for how frequently means how more the current will consume, how much the capacity of test can be done.
The capacitive test, the procedure for doing the capacitive test is also very similar. Like we have to prepare the battery, means all the means the thermographic of it should be maintained, temperature should be maintained at nearly 25 degrees Celsius. We have to load the battery at a full, in preparation we have to charge the battery fully, its full capacity. Then we have to load the battery at a constant voltage, a constant current, measure the voltage as per a time, calculate the capacity and compare its results, how the performance is going on. The result of this capacitive test are compared against the manufacturer specifications, and it's then comparing with the actual what time it's testing. So we can get the difference between how what's the performance of a battery at that moment. So as I told, the cycle life and capacitive test are much look similar, but they are different. Cycle test is used to measure the number of charge and discharge, whereas capacitive test on the other measure the amount of charge that a battery can hold at a given time or at that moment. That its cycle test provides the information how well battery can retain its charge over time and helps to predict the battery overall lifespan, which is the age. Whereas the capacitive test information the current state of the charge and can be used to identify many issues like a battery ability to hold the charge, the SOCs or SOH like. The method, yeah, I would like to go for it, Chaitya. You can go further with.
Yes, so a new emerging technology for the capacity testing is for non-invasive methods. Like there is no contact in these methods, so the car is online. It is on, and we can conduct the test at that time only. So the method is through the optical rays. With the using the principle of TIR, total internal reflection, we can do the testing, and the light is scattered by the battery's internal components are used to determine the state of charge, SOC, and the state of health of the battery. So this is a new method, and this can reduce the time drastically. The time used to test the battery, test the health of the battery.
So overall, the non-invasive optical testing is a very quick and accurate method, as my friend told, and it's the nature of the. Yeah, okay. So yeah, with this, I would like to conclude as the swapping technology for a moment where we have not just we have find it, but we are not applicably applying it. That's fast charging. The swapping technology can give us something relief. In swapping technology, this testing method is crucial thing, and the non-invasive testing method, which is an optical method to testing a battery, we will make a more efficiently and we will do better. For example, if I take, it's very important to test a method. I would like to give one example like the Tata Nexon battery. We have to replace it after to 8 years, 8 to 10 years, which cost a owner to 8 lakh rupees. Means after 8 years, 10 years, you have to spend a 10 lakh to 8 lakh to 10 lakh rupees for a battery for replacement, which he have to do. Otherwise, it will degrade and the performance will be very bad. So with this, I would conclude the growth of the battery management system. Earlier, till 2020, the,
Uh, if
Yes.
any person come to the battery swapping center and his battery is too old and it is there is a damage, like you have many tests, but whatever the test you have you know presented over here, that test is not like you not going to give me a result on within a 5 minutes or like that. In that case, if he has replaced this old battery which is not that much efficient with a new battery which you have at a swapping center, how we are going to catch that particular
charge of the battery, and so according to that we can get the parameters. If it goes below the parameters, below the required parameters of the battery health, then we won't accept the battery won't be accepted by the battery swapping station.
Yes, sir. Moreover,
Secondly,
as I done my moreover, as I completed just my internship in Tata Motors only, this is going to applicable because sir, there's two reasons for this main test. Or since it's optical, it will really take sir less than 5 minutes while the battery is testing, because if a faulty battery has came, the center should be no that is a faulty one, and once it's a we have detected, the center can inform the earlier car or earlier person from whom the battery is removed, that then we can put the charge on that or something, we can take replacement of this lithium battery only, so the waste will be reduced too much high. It telling as per means recently I have seen one article in that it was saying the sodium cells. In already China have started a mass production. Tesla have accepted given a big order, and in China it's working the sodium batteries, replacing this lithium battery. So the waste is going to reduce drastically.
have you know about the limitations of the sodium battery?
So it's the most that's it's have a limitation. I mean, it's not have efficient like a lithium battery, but it can give a great compact to lithium battery. And the main disadvantage is something like thermal. It heat very fast.
Thank you. That's enough for me. Sandeep sir, if you have any questions, please.
Yes, Tejas.
Yes, sir.
So, electric vehicle charging infrastructure, what you concluded in your slide, show me your conclusion of your presentation.
So
just like brief me about this. Yes.
So in this whole paper, I have come to the infrastructure means my main motto was talking about the battery swapping system. In a battery swapping system, more going in deep, I have selected the test which is important should be done in battery swapping system. There are multiple department in battery swapping system. Department variable sections. In that, I have taken one that which is important. For example, one battery pack is removing from A and giving to B. Before that, the procedure is a testing period. And in testing, I have just given one glimpse of how to test, means how we can test it by non-intensive testing.
Okay, okay.
So with this, we
okay,
can...
Tejas. Okay, understood. Okay. Next presentation, please.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Sir, am I audible? Okay, sir. So, good afternoon, everyone. Today's topic of my presentation is... sir, my screen is visible? Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Pooja Bendugade, and she is my co-presenter. Myself, Nehan Dere. So, today's topic of our presentation is electrical power generation through solar energy. These are the contents of our today's topic. So energy is everything and everything is energy. You can see in this picture there are the various appliances which we use in day-to-day life. They all require electricity. So the present situation is the gap between demand and the supply of electricity. As we know, electrical power demand is increasing day by day, but the power generation capacity is not increasing at the same rate. Thus, we cannot generate power by using thermal power plant, as it can produce the maximum carbon dioxide, which contributes in pollution, environmental changes, and raising in seawater level. Here is one example of generation of 1000 megawatts in which energy is the center of it. If we achieve the energy, it means 16 goals. We all know that the PCRA, the Petroleum Conservation Research Association, they have launched an mission. They have started a mission which is known as the Saksham 2023, and the motto of that mission, And their motto is that energy conservation, net zero carbon emission mission. Pledge about that India an energy independent nation by the time the country reached 100 years of India's independence in 2047. So what is solar energy? Solar energy is the energy obtained by the capturing heat and the light from the sun. Technology has provided a number of ways to utilize this abundant source. So now I request Neha to explain the next point.
Photovoltaic cell is an photovoltaic cell is an electronic device that converts energy of light directly into electricity. Example used in urban or remote areas. Photovoltaic cells there are subtypes. There are two types: crystalline cell and amorphous cell. Crystalline cell there are two subtypes: monocrystalline and polycrystalline. Monocrystalline it is using fabricated single crystal
Sorry
of
to interrupt.
silicon.
Sorry to interrupt. Hello. Sorry to interrupt.
Yes, sir.
Your slide is not moving. Actually, I don't know.
Oh, sorry. So here it is working. 7. Sir, can I present again? Hello, sir.
Yes, yes, yes. You can present. Yes, you can continue. Hello, you can continue, please.
Yes, sir.
Now it's visible.
Monocrystalline, it is using fabricated single crystals of silicon. Color is uniform blue. It is shaped circular shape. Relevantly high efficiency. Cell is most expensive. Second is polycrystalline cell. They are made by casting the silicon. Shape is square shape. It is cheaper than monocrystalline and slightly less efficient. Now I request Pooja to explain next point.
So the solar energy systems. There are 3 types of the solar energy system. This is the first one, on-grid system. On-grid system, the energy generated by using solar panels in the form of DC power. Then the inverter. So my screen is visible or not again?
Your screen is got stuck, I think.
So, sorry for interruption, sir. Now it is visible.
Yes, it is visible.
Yes, yes.
Yes, it is visible. You can go ahead.
So on-grid system. The on-grid system, solar energy system. The first one is the on-grid system. The on-grid system in which the energy is generated by using the solar panel is in the form of the DC, and it is converted in the form of AC by using a solar inverter. In on-grid system, if let's take an example of if our solar panel generate the generate the power of 500 watt and our requirement is only 250, then the remaining 250 we can transfer it to the grid system by using this on-grid system. And in off-grid system, the remaining power we can store in the battery in the form of DC only. And the hybrid system. In hybrid system, it is a combination of the on-grid system and the off-grid system, in which either we can store the power in battery or we can send it to the grid. The different types of solar energy systems. The first one is the solar metal roofing, in which in which the in this method the solar panels are installed on the roof of the residential or the commercial building. Due to this, no extra land is used for the installation. In this picture, we can see the on-grid system is used, where the power is generated by the solar panel and then it is converted by using a inverter converts electricity DC into the AC and it is supplied to the house, and the extra power is supplied to the grid system. And the next one is the floating panel. The floating panels are installed on the water. The world's largest floating solar panel is going to be built in Madhya Pradesh, Khandwa, which generation capacity is 600 megawatt and its cost is 3,000 crore. And the world's largest land solar power plant is in India, in Bhadla Solar Park at Rajasthan, whose capacity is up to 2,245 megawatt. And the third is the half-cut solar cells. In the half-cut solar cells, as we know, in the solar panel, the small solar cells are connected in the series. In half-cut, they are divided into two parts. If any object or anything come in the contact with our normal solar cell, then that connection which they are connected in series, they all stop their working. And in the half cut, if they are cut into two parts, so it didn't affect that much. And also in half cut solar cells, it reduced the losses.
Okay, Pooja, your time is over. Conclude fast.
Okay, sir. And the conclusion. The solar energy is a clean, pollution-free and a renewable source of energy. It is the most promising source of sustainable energy for the future. We must continue to research and develop solar technology so that it can be used in a variety of applications, from small-scale projects to the large-scale endeavors. Thank you, sir.
There is only one question from my side.
Yes, sir.
Solar is getting generating from DC cell to DC and then DC to AC, right?
Yes.
How converter or inverter is going to get an idea that AC system has to be with a frequency of 50 hertz? How they are directly giving us 50 hertz supply?
Sorry, sir.
See, generation is purely in DC, right?
Yes.
By using converters, inverters, we are by using inverter, we are converting that DC to AC, right? How that inverter is understood, that how they have to convert that DC power, which is at zero frequency, to the 50 hertz. How they are converting exactly 50 hertz frequency? What is the reference point for them?
By using cyclo converter.
No.
Maybe.
Second question, if it is a floating solar plates are there on the river,
Yes.
what about inverter? Where the inverter is going to place? Underwater or on the river shore?
On the river shore, sir.
Pakka.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Sandeep sir, if you have any
thank you,
questions.
sir.
Okay.
Pooja,
Yes,
Pooja,
sir.
can you explain me
The photovoltaic
Uh,
working over.
sir, sorry, sir. Can we? Sorry, sir. Can you repeat the question?
Yes, can you hear me, Pooja?
Hi, yes, sir.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Hello. Am I audible,
Hi, yes, sir.
Pooja?
Yes, sir.
Explain me the photovoltaic principle of solar energy conversion.
Sir, the solar cells, which are made up of silicon, it absorbs the sunlight and converts it into the DC. Absorb the sunlight or the heat from the sun rays. Sir.
Okay, Pooja. Okay. Chicken. Next.
Okay, next
Next
candidate.
presentation, please.
Oh, thank you. Next candidate.
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
You. Ah,
Okay, sir. Good evening, sir. Good evening to one and all present over here. Myself, Praveen Tiwari, along with my co-presenter Roshan Latke, and we are here to represent our college, Praveen Patil College of Diploma. Today, we will be representing a topic on space solar power. So, first is the introduction. Change the slide, please. Change the slide.
okay.
As we all know, the sun produces more energy in 1 second than all energy consumed throughout. So to utilize this immense amount of energy, we will be discussing the concept of solar power system and its benefits and the challenges associated with it for its implementation. Next slide, please. Now, what is space solar power? Space solar power system is also known as SSP, is a concept that involves collection of solar energy from the sun and converting them into electrical energy. These signals are then converted to the microwave signals and are transmitted to the earth. And now the plan is to place the large solar arrays in the orbit around the earth where they can capture energy from the sun without interruption from the weather. Now the history. In the year 1968, an American scientist, Peter Glaser, proposed the concept of solar power system. He introduced it for a multi-square kilometer range. According to his mathematical calculation, he proposed a 2 gigawatt solar panel, which will be placed in the orbit. He introduced that the transmitter used for transmitting the 2 gigawatt microwave signals would be 1.5 kilometer long, whereas the receiver would be 6 kilometer long. According to his calculations, he stated that the average weight would be somewhere 8,000 ton. Now moving to the next topic is need of SSP. Why do we need a solar space power system when we can generate energy on Earth itself? As in the space, sun is available for 24 hours a day, and it can be utilized for continuous 365 days. Also, space solar system is totally free from the atmospheric conditions, and it is shadow free by the use of the geostationary satellite. Space solar system is also can be implemented by using a geosynchronous orbit, which is slightly tilted than the geostationary orbit. Also, from a survey which was conducted back in 2006 and 2007 in Germany, the scientists stated that in the month of April 2006, the energy generated was about 300 gigawatts as per their 300 watts as per their research, and the same energy in the next year April was around 200 to 250 watt. So to overcome this, they are introducing a space solar system. Now now the next topic is components of space solar system. This space solar system uses power transmission system, a ground receiving system, spacecraft or a satellite which will carry the solar in the space, a solar array, a photovoltaic cell. Now, all depends upon the working of the solar space system. It works on the basic principle, which is the conversion of solar energy to electrical energy. In this system, mirrors are used, which are used to focus the maximum sunlight on a solar plate, and also to avoid the reflection from the infrared, which will increase the heating on the solar plate, which may damage the solar cells. Also, in this system, a multi-junction solar cell is used, which has 2 to 3 layers of silicon layer, which increases the efficiency of the system. The efficiency of this multi-junction solar is about 40 to 45% as compared to the singular junction solar, which is about 20 to 25% practically. Also, the energy generated from the solar is converted to microwave signal and transmitted to the earth using a magnetron. This magnetron is used to convert the electric energy generated from the solar to the microwave signal. Now, Roshan, can you can continue?
Thank you. Uh, New the solar system is new technology solar panel use. The perovskite solar cells, it is a convert to perovskite crystal to the absorb the light and convert to electricity. Uh, the perovskite solar cells is 60 cells. Provide solar cells is nearly 3 to 4 kgs weight. It is a very thin and adjustable to any size. Okay. The perovskite solar cells are the type of solar cells which make is use the perovskite materials such as the halide is perovskite. There is cells have the attracted a lot of attention due to the high efficiency. Is efficiency increased to the 25 to 30% to the normal using solar panels. It is the solar panels is perovskite cells is the low cost and low weights. So 60 cells perovskites is solar weight is roughly about to 5 to 4 kgs weight. The some others solar cells panels is 60 cells convert to solar's weight is 5 to 10 kgs. So this technology used to solar cells to weight is too much reduced in these systems. Okay. Uh, then the benefits of the solar cells, solar panels is unlimited constant energy in space. No day and lights on any effects of weathers. It's depend on the electricity energy, reduce carbon emissions and reduce the fossil fuels. Okay. Uh, Third advantage it is has the scalability's potential. It is a fulfill the increase the energy demanded but is reliability. जो solar cells reliability is not a depend on the weather condition. No weather condition in the space, so not a depends on any weather conditions. So unlimited power generations in electricity. Okay. Then Provisex solar cells are much lighter, satellite with much less potential, more cheap and more efficient. Okay, weight is so less. So space craft is the installations. जो exactly high weightage is too much less these types of solar cell is used and efficiency about too much increase in 30% extra to other solar panels. Okay. Challenges solar panels challenges is power transmission. Solar energy storage is expansion. Actually solar energy storage is expensive because of storage in a space too much costly and transmit to the earth in microwave is energy receive is too much difficult and maintenance cost of solar panels is difficult in space orbit and power transmission is not that efficient around the 70%. Okay. Then the future space of solar power. Okay, Praveen, continue.
So I would like to tell the future scope of the solar space power system. The future scope of the solar power system is immense and it holds a great potential for addressing the global energy and need in and it is also an friendly manner. It can also be used to match the load with the up to the generation so that the energy crisis can be solved. So moving to up to the last slide for the conclusion. Change to the next slide. Roshan, change to the next slide.
Wait, connection is lost.
Okay, sir. So I would like to conclude that the solar energy available in the space is more than we use today on Earth. So the solar power is by far the largest potential energy space available, dwarfing all the energy and all the energy sources combined. So thank you, sir, for your precious time.
Which country is more doing survey and research work in this particular sector?
Sir, the country leading this research is America, China. These countries are ahead of the other countries, which are Japan.
You do know about the recent, because you have mentioned about 2007 and 2006. Do you know about recent activity regarding this research?
No, sir. No, sir. I haven't come about the recent activities. I read about the last about the Germany in 2006 and 2007.
Japan get authentic, uh, authentic support and as well as the authorization to execute this project, and they are executing, and they have got this in 2020. Secondly, I want to ask you, second question is, do you know about space? There is a generally solar storm is there. So if there is a solar storm occurs, how your plates are going to get protected?
Sir, in satellite there is a moving system which will protect the solar panels and the satellite itself from the solar storm.
Thank you, Praveen. Sir, Sandeep sir, please.
Yes, please proceed with next presentation.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, sir. My name is Atharva Chandrakam Bise. I am from SMT Gitari Tatkare Polytechnic with my friend Sarthak Wadekar. My paper presentation topic name is Smart Grid. Plus side is contents. Introduction, abstracts, what is smart grid, comparison, Indian electricity needs, two-way interaction system, smart grid components, why smart grid, why smart grid is important, agenda, conclusion, and references. Next slide. Name of authors: Carlo Secati and Give Mokrani. Next slide. Introduction. Electric power and power transmission.
present two-way electric transmission system, a way to do more with less, modern, updated, and smart transmission system. Abstract. The smart grid is a concept of transferring the electric power grid by using the advanced automatic control and communication technique and other form of information technology. It integrates innovative tools and technologies from generation, transmission, and distribution all the way to consumer appliances and equipment. This concept integrate energy, infrastructure, process, device information and market into a coordinate and collaborative process that allow energy is to be generated, distributed, and consumed more efficiently and efficiently. The smart grid is a modern electric grid with a two-way flow of electricity and that between proper power utility and consumers. Conventional grid, electric grid, and a smart grid is a digital technology based electric network driven automation and communication and connectivity. A smart grid is due to the potential to improve the grid energy impedance and reliability, among other factors. Across the world, digital technology and smart resources use and helping of consumer as well as power industries reduce cost, saving energy, and make better decisions. Next slide. What is smart grid? It is an electric grid that uses information and communication technologies to gather data and add information about the behavior of suppliers and consumer in a automated fashion. Hence, the smart grid generic labels for the application, computers, intelligence, and networking ability to exist in the dumb electricity distribution. The smart grid is the simplest means to the power is generated at any generating station like a thermal, hydro, wind power station. The generate power is the feedback to the near substation to distribution line in through distribution transformer, and this is the feed to the consumer premises. This power is a feed to the consumer is a two-way communication through feed to the consumers in the because more efficiently in this system is a consist of three stages like generation, transmission, and distribution. uh, Next slide. Continue due to Sarthak.
Comparison of existing grid and smart grid. Existing grid is a electromechanical and the smart grid is a digital. Existing grid one-way communication and smart grid is a two-way communication. Existing grid centralized generation and distributed generation. Existing grid are inbuilt few sensors and smart grid inbuilt sensor throughout. And existing grid manual monitoring and smart grid is a self monitoring, manual restoration and self healing, existing grading failures and blackouts, smart grid adaptive and islanding. Existing grid limited control and smart grid is previous control. Existing grid few customer choices and smart grid many customer choices. Next slide. Indian electricity needs. In Indian electricity need increase in day by day. In India, electricity demand 210,000 megawatt approximately, and production of electricity 182,200 megawatt approximately, or installed capacity 225,133 megawatt approximately. In India, only 10% electricity generate renewable resource or remaining 90% of electricity generation non-renewable resource. This causes depletion of non-renewable resources in one day. So use of non-renewable resources, for example, solar energy, wind energy. Next slide, two-way interaction system. Existing current grid system or smart grid system. One-way communication is when a message flows from sender to receiver only, thus providing no feedback. And two-way communication appears when the receiver provides feedback to the sender. Smart grid components.
Smart grid components. First, a smart meter, phasor measurement, information transfer, distribution, generation. First, explain smart meter. Smart meter is a provide detailed information on consumption in order to reduce the electricity bill and also increase knowledge about the status of the electricity grid, which is the improve its perform and the quality of the service for customers. Next is the phasor measurement. Phasor measurement is a device that estimate the magnitude and the phase angle of electrical phasor quantity, such as the voltage or current, in the electricity grid using a common time for synchronization. Then information transfer, where in the information transfer, the smart grid through two-way communication in this consist two-way communication involves feedback from receive to the senders. This allow to sender to know the message was received accurately by the receiver. Communication is also negotiated, which means that the sender and receiver listen to each other. The message then gather information to respond. Then distribution generation is small unit that electric power consumer based on the renewable energy techniques. Next slide, sir. Continue to be Sarthak.
Smart grid is an efficient electrical power system with better performance than the conventional grid. Continuous monitoring in the smart grid increases reliability and safety. Electric vehicles can act as an energy storage system, providing all employee self-system application and auxiliary service. These are references. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, Atharva.
Yes,
Hello,
sir.
hello, Atharva.
Yes, sir.
Just tell me what is the necessity of smart grid? What is the necessity of smart grid? Why we are going the normal conventional grid? We are converted to the smart grid.
Sir,
Need of
smart
smart grid.
grid is a concept of म्हणजे transferring the electric power grid by using the advanced automatic control and communication technique and other form of information technology. But in conventional grid is a not used to two-way communication system. Is a one way means information sent to the
Two-way communication means what? Two-way communication means
Sir,
what do you understand?
two-way communication means occur when the receiver provide feedback to the sender. Means information send or receive.
Okay, ठीक है. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Next presentation. Paper on smart meter, energy meter. Next, please.
I think our participants are over. I think, sir.
Sir, there is one paper was left. Paper on smart meter, energy meter.
What is the
Pranay
number of
Lakshman
that
Patil.
paper?
10th,
What is
10th
the
number.
number? 10. Okay, okay, okay.
10th.
We will wait for that. Yes. Paper on smart energy meter. Hmm.
No, sir, we have completed.
environment management, School of Management and Technology.
Hello, hello. Paper ID 10 is there, Pranay Patil. Hello.
Sir,
Hello.
I think he is left. I think he is left, sir. Pranay
Okay, sir. Then
Patil
we
is
will
not.
conclude. Yes, yes. Then I will prepare the final mark sheet, right? Okay, I will prepare the final mark sheet and mail to the Vaishali madam. Thank you, sir. Okay, okay, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, 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 hello,
Yes.
hello. Yeah, was one, there is one question. When will be the prize ceremony will start? Hello,
Hello, hello.
Hello.
हॅलो ओमकार.
Yes.
की वेटिंग करायचं आहे की लेफ मारायचं आहे?
5 मिनिटात सांगतो सरांना.
ओके.
Hello. Hello. Good evening, everybody. Our processing of the result is taking a little bit time. So you can quit the meet and we'll declare the result on the group. Okay. The result will be declared on the group within a short time. Thank you.